The world is changing quickly. To clear. Shut up. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
And how long have you been here?
From early morning.
Take notes, kids.
Hey, was that a bait? Will you share?
Hellcase, don't miss your luck.
Pick and live. Make your choice. Play begins and get your prize.
It's Astralis and BetBoom in the Group D upper bracket final here in CCT Global Finals. As we're ready here in the night shift, it's a new day, new dawn for us. Not as much for the day shift. You were in good, capable hands, but now it's back to us. It's me, Pablos, also known as Xwaria, and I've got Grimirana and Exna to join me again on the desk. Boys, Group D has already gone through a lot of matches. Every single team has played once or twice. Only Astralis has played one, actually. Exna, has this group basically looked like we expected it to from the start?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything is kind of expected, maybe barring the first matchup of the day here when you look at MIBR and BetBoom and how that shook up right there, the wild couple of score lines. But outside of that, I think, again, you walk into this event, you kind of see a struggling Big still trying to find their footing. We kind of leaned on maybe Dust 2 being their saving grace. Wasn't necessarily the case, and you know, now it's lining up to be about as we expected here. Yeah, I think things are pretty straightforward.
Yeah, like kind of exactly what happened in Group C, where it's like you look at the teams and where they are and you're like, yes, that makes sense. And then you start looking at the nitty gritty and you're like, no, this doesn't make sense at all because of, yeah, as you said, that first game of the day and even the game we just saw, like, that MIBR, they barely scraped past. But the one thing that is for sure is that Astralis, they are looking like the best team in this group.
I'm glad you're mentioning Astralis here, because that's the first team that we will be talking about today. Obviously, they played the one match against Big. Now, Big may not have been a matchup to be the biggest indicator of strength for Astralis, but have they shown any signs that, you know, that they're not what we expected them to be coming to this tournament, Exner?
I mean, yeah, I think they've come through in here. They've been able to show their stuff, dominate over Big, and again, this is exactly what we wanted of this Astralis roster, especially when you talk about what they brought in particular in their strengths here. We saw constant success on the CT side that was just flowing through for this squad, and I think that makes for a very exciting team. You saw a very active device op here where it felt like he was able to call the shots around himself there. I mean, on Dust 2, people were nading those Xbox smokes open for him so that he could get these shots popping off. So the amount of support and setup that he has had alongside Stown with the rifling, it's just been a lovely 1-2 punch. It's almost felt impenetrable, and that's going to make it really difficult here for BetBoom as competition.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially building on from that, when we now look at what BetBoom were able to do against MIBR, it felt like they were given a lot of space on their T sides, and especially when we look at that nuke for BetBoom, they just got given so much space to do whatever they wanted outside. So now, for Astralis, as you said, Cole, they were just never giving any space to Big, and I think it's going to be really exciting to see how BetBoom are able to react off the little space they are being given.
So,
yeah, I mean, again, for the BetBoom side of things here, you're going to have another one of those situations here where maybe the T sides just historically have not been all up to snuff right now as well, and that comes in through the calling department. I feel like you're really leaning on some of the individuals to get activated here. So you're gonna need these players to step up. You're gonna need to see the peaks out of Magno here today. You're gonna need to see Zorte with the op playing out of his mind to shut down what has been this powerhouse duo.
I'm a little bit concerned for BetBoom here. Was that 013 on Vertigo a product of a systemic problem? That perhaps is it something that we should be afraid that can be replicated?
Okay, this is gonna sound like a really weird hot take, but I think just no. Vertigo is one of the worst maps of BetBoom. Chiron has publicly said that, no matter what the iterations, they've always struggled with it. And I think that you could actually take a positive from that series from Vertigo, that they were able to go from a 13-0 loss, and then drawing on what Cole was saying about the individuals on the T side, have that confidence on Nuke to just run outside and duel. And I think it actually almost proves, going into this game, maybe like a bit of it's good, and that BetBoom can just constantly bounce back. I think the worry is if Astralis play Vertigo, that's when I'm like, I do not see BetBoom having any success there. So if Vertigo as a map can be avoided, I think it's good, but I do not think it's a systemic problem.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to come up in the veto here, but I think bigger picture here, you're looking at the mental factor that this BetBoom roster has placed themselves in. Again, I mean, the joke around this right now more recently has been all the HLTV interviews that have been posted up and what they've been saying, like crushing dreams and then hopping into other events and getting blasted out of it. You look at them at EPL, they're dabbing each other up whenever they draw FlyQuest, and then they get beat by FlyQuest and eliminated and bounced out of playoffs. So it feels like, again, it's a bit of a problem factor when those sort of things come through, and it can kind of be joked about a little bit, but, again, they showed some good mental resiliency being able to bounce back from a 13-0. So that bigger picture, I think, is the better sign for them.
Yeah, and what is really interesting, you mentioned the mental stuff there, and you said how confident they were. I did an interview with Innershine and the old coach, and we were talking about how actually these guys had a mental block, that they had way too much pressure on them that was all self-inflicted, and it all stems from IEM Sydney. And Danist was a big issue with that. He put a lot of pressure on himself, and I think this roster still does put a lot of pressure on themselves. But then when I look at those performances of how they're able to come back in this first series where they, where they on Nuke, that makes me believe that some of that mental block maybe has gone. But I think I do agree, Cole, maybe a little bit overconfident, maybe still putting a little bit too much pressure on themselves.
I feel here that one of the ways BetBoom have been able to come back from all these issues is due to individual brilliance, right? It's necessities of plays. And one of the key players that have been able to do that is Chiron, right? And if you contrast him with Storm, he's been standout throughout the entirety of their match against Big yesterday. But for Chiron here, Freddy, it kind of was out of need, right?
Yeah, so I think it's really interesting when you look at these two players, because they don't necessarily play the exact same roles, but we saw Chiron today get way more aggressive than he normally would on Nuke, and we saw how well it was. Like, he was just dueling outside with Magnojez and Nathany. Normally, he's someone that uses a little bit more utility and will be supporting them a little bit more, but out of necessity, he steps up. But I think when you contrast the Stown doesn't have that necessity around him. Like, especially on their game versus Big, if we're just focusing on this tournament, everybody played well for Astralis. And I think now when I look at Chiron, I'm putting a lot of maybe focus on him to see if he can replicate the performance that he had on Nuke versus MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, again, we saw constantly that Stown was able to multi-kill on that CT side, so, like, talking about some of those halves and how they're going to shape up as Chiron can be a big opening presence in the server, he is going to be running head-on into Stown in multiple of these maps here, so it'll be interesting to see who's going to come out on top there, because I think you're talking about two Titans that could clash in the server, depending on what sort of form we get, more so out of Chiron.
Well, without any further ado, let's see in what way they'll be clashing with each other, because we'll see what maps they are playing on as we jump into the veto. I'm sure both of you will have things to say about this, but Freddy, I want you to set the stage here on what we can expect.
Okay, we've already mentioned Vertigo. As we've said, I don't think it's a systemic problem, but it's a problem if it comes up. Regardless, like, there's no way if Astralis picked Vertigo that I think BetBoom have a single chance. BetBoom's map pick they like to go to is Mirage. However, something that I've been looking at is their online results, maybe the hole they've dug themselves into a little bit, where they're getting to these grand finals of CCTs, they're losing to their CIS partners, their regional rivals, Bait and Amcal, and guess what? They're losing on Mirage. So now when we go over to like either an Ancient or Mirage, you know, BetBoom, they like to pick Ancient, it's an amazing map for Astralis. So honestly, I don't know where BetBoom go with this one, because Mirage isn't looking to the best of their abilities.
Oh my god, it's happening.
And yeah, it's happened. Vertigo, like it's a punish pick, it's a clear punish pick by Astralis. And now for BetBoom, I'm even more scared, because like they go into Mirage, like they have now, and it's like, look, they haven't had the best results on it, even though it's supposed to be their map.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, a big punish pick out of the gates right there. The confidence hit that it's been taken not only on Vertigo, but like you said, in online officials there, watching this team get, you know, blasted by Bait recently is not going to be good for them. And again, lost a lot of crucial rounds on this map of Mirage as well. So it is going to be two very difficult maps to kick things off of. I do think a better opportunity here on Mirage to kick things off. But again, then you look at Nuke later down the line here, and if things continue to go poorly here on Vertigo, and Astralis get away with this massive punish pick that we've seen from the early results today, you know, this is going to be a very difficult attempt at recovering, because Astralis, again, their nuke just looks so incredibly strong, and the CT sides just look way too powerful.
I feel I know the answer I'm going to get to this question. I'm no expert here, but this doesn't look great for BetBoom, but I'm still going to ask the question anyway. Even though BetBoom have had the ups and downs that they've had, can they still be held to the standard due to the individuals, due to some sort of the history that some of these players bring to the occasion, right? Nafany, for example, can they be still brought to the level that they can contest against the Charlottes, that they can bring a good fight to this Danish core here, Freddie?
Yes, I think fundamentally, if you take away the veto, yes, I do believe that. Like, I think Magna Jez has got so much potential, and I think he's going to become an amazing player. If I think, especially when we look at Orping as well, if Zorte can improve, yeah. But this veto, like, look, Nuke as a decider, Astralis not allowing Ancient, BetBoom not choosing Dust 2. I think this veto clearly puts towards Astralis, so I think it could be a 2-0.
Yeah, I'm gonna back this one up there, and also say BetBoom can maybe potentially put some fight up there. They've got the players, and I think they've got a lot more mechanics than what a Big has, but we'll see if they can bring that to the table.
Well, you've heard it from us, folks. Let's see what happens actually on the server. It's Brandon and Lucy to bring you the action as our casters.
Thank you so much, Hector. Can't wait to jump into this one. Astralis, we've only got to see a little bit of them, you know, since the change recently, because it's been a moment since they've been in the server. Obviously, a pretty decent run at EPL, but, you know, more tournaments under the belt for them, and obviously coming into this one as the favorite.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially with kind of what we saw from them out of Big. It looked really concrete. Was a little bit unsure what to expect from Astralis on Dust 2 as well, because we knew that with the map changes, Big would be really prioritizing that, and they got completely blown out of the water. So Astralis come into this on red hot form. They already start off, they have the easier ride in that opening game where it comes to the 2-0, and you compare and contrast that to the 13-0 that BetBoom just suffered on Vertigo. And now you go on to Vertigo and you start to think, well, okay, it's a Nafany-sided team. They're always going to start T-side, which is something you said, Lucy, before we went live. So I questioned it. I said, "Oh, that's interesting." And you were like, "No, it's not." Cloud9 always used to pick T-side with Nafany. So shout out to you for the analytics there. But it's whether they can actually start strong. I just feel like for BetBoom, it'd be so good if they're able just to get a pistol round. They're able just to kind of build into the map a little bit, because it will go incredibly wrong if Astralis start off strong, because that could really snowball out of control.
Yeah, I mean, they've already started off this tournament strong. Taking down Big 2-0 is a massive statement, particularly on Dust 2, as you mentioned, because Big, I think when you looked at this group, should have been the team I think you would put as the second going through, but they've been knocked out first, which is kind of crazy to me that that's sort of ended up. And yeah, now Astralis will be obviously trying to go against BetBoom, who have had mixed results as of late. I was very happy to see them bomb out of EPL because it was the hands of FlyQuest, which was alluded to during the pre-game there. But Astralis on this map most recently lost to Vitality, was where I was getting at there. That was an overtime game, but 2 wins over Eternal Fire and VP before that. Just single digits from both those teams in those outings. And those are 2 very strong Vertigo teams. So I love it as a pick to go into to start off this series. Obviously a massive punish given the 13-0 from earlier. And Yeah, I'm not sure how BetBoom are going to come up with answers this quickly against Astralis.
Yeah, no, I think it's just a case of building confidence, and you look ahead to the rest of the series. Mirage, sure, although Freddie mentioned that when it comes to like important games, BetBoom often struggle just kind of regionally on this map. They've still played it 26 times in the past 3 months. They've still got a really impressive win rate on it. It's a comfort pick for them. They're looking to get that one over the line against Astralis, and then you look ahead to that decider. It does favour Astralis, I mean Nuke as well, but considering how dominant BetBoom looked on Nuke against MIBR earlier, especially after bouncing back from a really tough time, then there's every chance in the world that if you get there, but it's the big if. That's the thing. Do you even get there in the first place? It's going to be really tricky, and it honestly depends in the landscape of the way Vertigo pans out. Because if BetBoom look competitive, you then give them more of a chance on Mirage. But if it's a complete blowout and Astralis are able just to wipe the floor with them, then you look at this and go, okay, it's 2-0 for sure.
Yeah, I think the mental thing's an interesting thing with BetBoom, because they did bounce back from a 13-0 earlier. Astralis is a whole nother fish to fry. So on the CT side will be Astralis, as mentioned. Nafany taking his team to the T side. And early on, presence towards B, which at the moment is completely empty. Astralis have got 4 players having a look over towards ramp.
Yeah, this is awesome. Obviously, internal timer going on for Bro and the rest of the squad about when will they actually rotate over. But Magno's just taken all this space pretty much by himself. He's boosted up at danger. He's going to be left here as a lurk, just in case Astralis look for info. But they're all now heading to the other side of the map where Astralis is stacked. This is a disaster.
Oh, this is the worst possible outcome. BetBoom could have just walked into B for free. Magno just needs to go around the corner and he'll find out that there's nobody there at all. Instead, Stair's just gonna tap Zorte out of the server, and there's the flashbang that was being set up. It's devastation on ramp as BetBoom walks straight into the trap that Astralis had set.
Yeah, that's horrible. And also, it's probably just a little bit of homework, right? Boosting Magno up danger. He's going to be there as the lurk looking for info. He has found Bro. And now they can try and pincer. Siren from ramp, Magno from elevator. It could be quite spicy, except Stairs already up close. A good dink on Yabby, but with Device at the sandbags. And with Snow in close proximity, it feels like only a matter of time before Astralis lock this in. Device has not revealed himself whatsoever. Magno around the corner. And Astralis will claim that pistol. But fair play to BetBoom. Even in that 2-on-5, they get a couple of kills. They make it look a bit spicy with the dink. But Astralis are always in control.
Yeah, just the perfect counter setup. I mean, that first shot really sets him up pretty nicely. LC4, the trap really sprung. Stair with a clean double. The flashbang's perfect. Magno tries to get something done, but he was far too late to bring this one back for BetBoom. Nice little tap.
Tell you what, that might be a mental thing as well. Even one round in, think about the manner in which they've lost that round. They had all the space at B that they didn't know about, and they've walked straight into a setup, and they've been countered by one flashbang. That already hurts if you're BetBoom. And after Astralis, you've kind of future-proofed your buy with obviously a couple of MP9s, but the majority rifles taking the long-range fights. Staring. Stown were getting interested, and now they just re-swing. Stown can clean up and should clean up on these low HP players. But, to be fair, they're still making it a conversation, but there's that utility. It was Device's flash in the pistol, it was Device's nades to close the show in round 2. But at least it's a little bit expensive.
Yeah, nice double up with the HE. Don't always see that. A bit unfortunate. They do lose a rifle.
It's also on the sparkling water.
Yeah, that's... speaks volumes, I think. Looking to elaborate further. Twice on the up. A much more dazzling prospect. A bit more enjoyable to the taste buds. Although, this tagged low very early. HE good on Stair. I'm still going to stick around. Sitting over the top of the smoke. Something you know about Nafany is that he is eager to fight ramp early.
There's a flash, but it doesn't affect Device. He grabs one, he drops the smoke, and now you set up Stair on Crane. I'm keeping my eye on mid, because there was obviously a massive time in there that Siren could potentially try and exploit in a few rounds' time. If he pushes now, there's no one home. Down setting up a flashbang. Magno full blind. Perfect timing on that from Astralis. It always feels like they're one step ahead. Stown's now relocated in towards Guardian, and the Siren comes around this corner. He's going to be ahead of it. Oh, maybe not. I would say Yabby's there for the trade, but he gets dinked as well. 3 players low from Astralis.
Yes, this isn't done yet. You have to get past the Orb of Device. Siren's still sticking in mid, so he's gonna come through as the late lurk. Actually, he's just gonna group up.
He's got to get the bomb. And that means that Bro could potentially cut him off.
Ooh. Yeah, he has to run around that corner. Let's go fast, re-smoke. And Bro is gonna arrive at a pretty good time. And just because Sirens run through here, they're not gonna expect Bro to be here this early. Bomb will be planted. And Bro brings another low. Zorte swings. It's a 3v3. Barely anyone's got a health point. And Kyron's gotten up incredibly close. He can end it all right here. First kill is his. And they can't trade him. The damage done. Bro's flank mitigated. And BetBoom get on the board.
Yeah, huge round from BetBoom, and that all comes down to the mid round. You feel like Astralis have got a really good read on it, especially with the kill on towards Magno. But then Siren realizes that with those 2 players pushing stairs, one would have had to have flash. Means there's an opportunity for Guardian. And it's Down that gets caught in transition. And I think it's a really good decision for Siren to actually disengage, go back down to A ramp, and it means that BetBoom can focus on setting up for that A execute rather than turning around and then looking for that flank. It's all frontal facing. It's much better to leave doubt in Astralis' mind to consider the possibility of that mid lurk. Unfortunate for Bro, he couldn't close so many low players in the rounds, but when you flip the coin, it ends on BetBoom's life. So they will get one back immediately. A little that's down to the finances. Bro's on a deagle. Sure, you still got the device up that was safe forward. But a couple of Famases and low utility. This is the perfect time for BetBoom to strike.
Good to see Siren arrive early in the server. Highlighted him. The pre-map. The impact he's had so far here in the global finals. Stairs down close.
Device peers. Hunting for that elusive head over the box. So the stalemate of utility pass back and forth. That one landing a little narrow, so Stair can play around it. It might spook him as well. And slot back in, finds his mark, but traded immediately. Device misses his shot. Still alive somehow. Chiron should eventually get him. Surely over the top. Device hits the no-scope. Is eventually found by Nafany. But to get something from that position felt impossible. And has put it into the 3-on-3.
But you gotta go now if you're BetBoom. The only space you've got is in towards A ramp. They're hoping, praying that Stown comes around this corner. One of Bro. Even holding for the boost. 30 seconds. They're not gonna peek you. There's a couple of smokes they can line up. But they got to get moving, because Yabby's now rotated over as well. They can throw a smoke forward, they can play around this, Astralis. And that's exactly what they've done. Time's ticking, BetBoom. You got to get on this site.
Yeah, they're going to be able to plant the bomb. It's just going to be overwhelmed, surely. Not enough time. Bomb planted in the smoke just about. And Nafany, with that recovered orb, has done all of the work. Siren closes it, but it's Nafany with that orb in short. They just couldn't deal with him. The FAMAS was there, but couldn't find that timing to swing.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. It's actually all on that bomb plant, because it creates the audio cue. Astralis know the time's so low. But nestled in amongst the smokes is that C4. And then at the same time, it draws all the attention to the site and allows Nafany just to creep round the corner and find that perfect timing on the FAMAS. Fine margins here. But you can't separate these two sides. Have a BetBoom will have the biggest advantage in round 5 to draw this closer. Only USPs, nothing invested, no money for Astralis, and Nafany can start to farm up some cash. Flashbang's great. The device will actually grab an AK.
Yeah, hold on to that one. This will be BetBoom on to 3.
2 very close rounds to get them there. Showing what they can get up to when it gets down to that nitty-gritty.
Despite the clock running low. Actually, you know, that in the round before, the smoke that Yabi throws forward that goes towards Crane, it actually kind of helps BetBoom.
Yeah, it's too shallow, right?
Yeah, because it completely cuts off the angle. I think it was down, right, with the FAMAS.
I think he free-handed it rather than just did a lineup. Because he wanted to make sure the smoke actually landed to maybe enable these players to get involved a little bit earlier rather than waiting for it to just fly through the air. And then BetBoom could have swung at any moment. But you're right, it's more of a hindrance than a benefit. It's interesting because you take a look at the way that Astralis is playing ramp currently, it's very much the same. It's Device taking fights at long range, and you're getting stare down the base of the ramp, and they're just playing around the top side. BetBoom are doing a really good job of not actually engaging in the first early stages of the round. They're taking their time, they're waiting for Astralis to drain their utility, and it's just a simple couple of flashbangs over the top, everyone's swinging at once, guaranteeing this trade. Remember in the series previous between Big and MIBR, our previous analyst Yumi was saying, look, a benefit to why, well not really a benefit, but a reason as to why people aren't really a fan of Vertigo too much at the moment is because it feels like whoever controls a ramp, there's no real variety, there's no real distinction. Whoever has the control just wins the map. And certainly that's the way it's playing out right now, because even with Astralis, in that first round that they lost due to the hands of BetBoom, they had space at B, they had space at mid, but ultimately lost the fights at A ramp, and that just completely compounded the round in BetBoom's favour.
I won't have that AWP in Device's hands this time around for fighting on ramp. Get a recovered AK instead. It's going to be the supporter. Voice 2 riflers. BetBoom is scaling fast this time. They know there's no AWP in play, so they get the control early. And dropping a smoke is Nafany just to really keep Astralis away from being able to contest it, and also to veil the presence. Oh, Nafany over the top actually finds Gabby, but it's all a distraction. B is the play. And Bro is covering both mid and the side. Has to fall off it. BetBoom, they've got the bomb site.
He might be able to deny that there's HEs available on towards default, while the molly is still spreading over Guardian. Do you even want to go for this retake if you're Astralis? Potentially, you've got Stare on a very late flank. There are flashes, there are smokes to get them involved. Stown just clears middle to make sure that no one's home. Bomb already halfway ticks, you got to get going, you got to find a kill in the next couple of seconds. Stare arrives. That should accelerate the play over the top of mid. Siren, good fight on towards Generator, but can't grab the second. And suddenly all the pieces are slotted into place here for Astralis. With Magno only able to isolate one kill. Have they got enough time? They should do. That's the equalizer.
There was half a second there where if he just, because he thought it was default, it almost missed the defuse in time. Great retake, but it's kind of gifted in a way in terms of the way in, because Kyron starts to move a bit too early. Peeks out through into a B lobby. Stare gets gifted the kill, starts to accelerate. Puts the pressure on. And clean shots from Astralis. Looks like a good post-fight position for BetBoom as well. Zorte was on the AWP. Didn't even get to see it connect. He was just dealt with immediately from that double push over Guardian.
Yeah, I'll be honest, the push around the corner was completely unnecessary, because then it put a lot of pressure on Siren to feel like he needs to be one that steps up and finds a multi-kill. Because in that situation, if you just tuck yourselves into the site, with the time already halfway gone, with Stare not finding anything, there was a real chance that you just grab the guaranteed kill on towards Stare. If it isn't through Chiron on the Mac 10, it's through another player immediately trading them out, and then suddenly Astralis are probably going to save. But instead you roll out the red carpet. Instead it's Magno painting it red up towards the top of B stairs. Device dealt with immediately. The molly's really good to force him back, but first blood drawn to BetBoom.
Yeah, Magnet is that kind of guy that can just take a duel with an AWP and win it. However, can't take the duel with a grenade. So we do see it equalize, but look at Nafany. Both him and Siren have just walked through. They've slipped straight into CD's spawn. And they've got no idea. Gabby, oh Gabby! He's caught. If he just walked around that corner with his gun out, there was backs turned for a moment. But this one's dusted off that mid flank. Stan will get one back, but even survival looks unlikely.
This is a really cool round from BetBoom, because in the previous, I feel like with Siren, they've just been figuring out how Astralis are playing mid, and how over-invested they are in towards A ramp, where they've lost those fights a couple of times. Even though they won the previous retake, that all stemmed from having 4 players on A, and Bro delegated between both middle and B stairs. Suddenly, in this round, with Magno winning out the fight onto Device, you know that Astralis are investing a little bit heavier over towards B, so the gap will be in towards middle, which they accelerate. And they just take all the space immediately away from Astralis, and that's the last thing that CT side is going to expect. 2 players already in their spawn within 20 seconds? How can you account for that? It's good mid-rounding, and it's good on-the-fly decision-making made by Nafany.
Reminder that BetBoom got 13-0'd on Vertigo like 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. They took that personally. 13-0 me once, shame on me. Forte. As the smoke goes back. Sees nobody. So the riflers can get close. Do have the boosted riflers down in a good position. 1 for free. And all of BetBoom are here. They were intending a complete B commit. Now you've seen this rifle and a smoke lands. Are you deterred at all? It doesn't appear just yet.
Now here's the mind games. You know the money's low, so you expect the rifle to be dynamic. First kill found over at B. And immediately, Stan's moved away. He's gone over towards A. In fact, they're all leaving. Gambling it won't be this B commitment. Oh, but it is. Nafany is in the head of Device.
Initial barrage of utility doesn't have a commitment behind it. They will start to scale. Rotations on their way. So Stan is here with the M4. But just has to spam. Not connecting. He is the primary weapon. Oh, okay, this is fun. A triple boost over the top. But can't get the kill. Nafany's able to adjust. I feel like if you're doing that, needed a distraction. Needed Stare or someone just to kind of peek out from Guardian or jump across. Just something to draw the eye. Because as soon as you see a head bob up, you're like flicking to it, naturally.
Yeah, ultimately, it's fun ideas to get Astralis some kills. That's all it will amount to be. Looking for exits, trying to contain. Astralis wanting the bomb to be their best friend against BetBoom, especially with the dink on towards Siren. He'll fall. Any more? No. Karen will make sure that it's only a couple of casualties there for BetBoom against that Soul Rifle being brought forward. In come the guns again. Device gets dropped that AWP. It's really interesting just watching BetBoom just apply pressure to different areas of the map, trying to entice a response out of Astralis. Any of the aggression has really come through either telegraphed utility for Astralis. There's never really been contact, or if they have gone for these flanks, it's been through B. No one's really fought middle in the late round. No one's really pushed down, bar Stare at A ramp, but hasn't kind of gone through that imaginary line in the sand to progress further into BetBoom's spawn. Astralis have been pretty passive. Giving a lot of respect over to BetBoom. by allowing Nathany time in these mid rounds, he's finding a lot of success and just surgically finding like these needle in the haystack opportunities where the space is just consistently being presented. More pressure looking to be applied here at B.
New gen smoke. Flashbangs to follow. So we'll scale, bro. Yet to get on the board. This is the time that you have an opportunity to be getting something. Spotted on the corner. Can't quite trade. And Kyron through the smoke. That one feels bad for bro. He felt like he was guaranteed the trade. Can't even quite get that. Stead did find Nathany. And a flash over the top, the setup's down. He's just dancing around these generators, but he's under pressure. Flames go full. Kyron tries to overwhelm, but down. Stands strong. And he's not done yet. Fighting forward. Almost another. All these players so low. A Molotov over the top. This is brutal. But it's all onto Device. The Flames forward. You know some of these players are low. But he is as well.
This is so scrappy. And the more scrappy you make it, the more BetBoom are going to love it. We've already spoken about the amount of fights that Nathany likes to take on A ramp, but when you've got these high impact young riflers really just disrupting what Astralis want to do at every single stage in the round, it just makes things so complicated. And then you've just got these freezes to make the IGL of Astralis doubt where the final destination's going to be. It will be B. And yeah, again, Device is miles away from the fight. He'll finally hear it. And decides it's better just saving the M4 into the next round. So this is BetBoom up to 6 on their T side. Reminder, this is Astralis' map pick. And it is not going to plan.
Yes, this is BetBoom doing a good job of avoiding Device and Stown and focusing their attention on Bro at B. First few rounds, they were definitely putting that attention on A, but not always finding the success, particularly when that AWP is in play, and this has just been fast out the gate pressure applied to B. I think with some of the lurks that they've been pulling off in a few of these rounds, the variations with Nathany staying present on ramp or the double push through mid, it means that Astralis aren't over-committing to defending B. They're putting 2 players there and you've got a supporter kind of in mid, but they're not over-rotating. And so when BetBoom put their entire force into it, Astralis just can't hold.
This one's the unluckiest of the lot for Bro. Should have killed Magno, didn't. But this is just chaotic. It's almost barbaric the way all the utility was landed and the swings behind them. Here's a T side that is coming out on top with the lion's share of the trade-in. Deep Molly's down this time. He's been given the responsibility of pushing all the way forward. Flash on the ramp. He'll give it a look in. As this smoke fades, in fact, maybe not even as this smoke fades, the spam's being connected, but he still finds the kill on Chiron. How's that happen then?
Even drops a HE on his way out, so good damage done. Has to pass that rifle over to Stead. Now he's been brought low because it is just this one M4 and the AWP. Surrounded by pistols. Oh, there was the attempt to distract. Down goes for the swing. He's the one that survives. So now it's Yabby's turn with that fabled M4. A boost perhaps considered, seeing as you've already found one of these extra players. Yabby's not being given that kill. If he goes now, Nathany is there, but he's holding, and he gets both. Down low from earlier. Oh, that smoke goes awry, but might not even matter. Bro has recovered this rifle. It's been through 4 players on Astralis. A hand-me-down weapon that little bro is doing something with. Needs a supported Device, who looks like he's on a flank up the ramp with the AWP. Bro is indeed all by himself right now and has a player creeping through that smoke. Magno surely about to find him. No, Bro has found the kill, and there's that AWP. Leaves it onto Siren, who wants to challenge Bro first and find success. Knows it's the AWP on Device. Yeah, swap to the AK, playing around the box, and it's perfect from Siren to clutch.
Yeah, well done from Siren, but Bro makes this one so contestable. And you're right, that M4 went around the block, but finally in his hands, he's the rightful owner of it. And nearly gets his first 2 kills in a big, impactful way, but it results in absolutely nothing. Huge clutch from Siren. And now with all of these rounds falling in favour to BetBoom, even the clutches being a guarantee, Astralis, they're in the dumpster. Not only when it comes to the money, because they've never really been able to have a stable buy over the last few rounds. This is the best they're going to have in about 4 or 5, but just mentally. This team got 13-0'd and you're losing to them 7-3. It goes both ways.
Yeah, Raga, quick, download that demo from earlier and see what MIBR did. Sound just caught off. This time BetBoom go fast. The variations in the way they're approaching ramp has Astralis sweating. And bullets are just going straight into them. Chiron with a 3-piece. This is 8 rounds. BetBoom don't look like they're stopping.
This is so sick. Think about how controlled it's been. The only time they've really aggressed up the ramp and put a lot of oomph behind themselves was with the MAC-10. And this time, Astralis can never really get settled. They can never have a fair fight. And that bears a lot of resemblance and parallels to Chiron fighting outside on Nuke against MIBR on that deciding map. He goes again and again and again. And Astralis just are not ready for the scaling. This is now BetBoom, who now have been reinvented with all confidence and belief. And they should be dapping themselves up because they've done a damn good job in this first half. There's no money again. Even with the force, you can get MP9s, Famases. It's going to be a 9-3 half for BetBoom.
Sick round from Chiron. Just doesn't slow down. Astralis have no answers on his 3K as he charges in. They're fighting again. Zorte gets the opener. Device felled early. Chiron's close. Stare is going to be looking for that fight. Flashbang to set him up. He swings through, but the smoke veils them. That kill back in Astralis' favor, not delivered.
Oh.
Waterfall smoke misses. He does get Siren, though.
That's what I've kind of been looking for. And that's really been the first time. They've pushed in towards middle and they've got the success. Stare now wins out his gunfight on Chiron. However, that's ridiculous. Zorte trades him straight back through the smoke, but Yabi's now relocated. Was at ladder, now in their spawn. BetBoom are trapped and confined towards the B stairs. And it's Bro again doing the damage. This should be Astralis' 4th, and it will be. Somewhat of a stable foundation to build on, but they've got a lot of work to do.
Hell of a lot of it. But a recovery of some sort. Bro with at least a multi-kill at the end. He's arriving in the server. This round's all Yabi on this push through. Catching 2 in the back lines. Finally, Astralis setting a bit of tempo. Actually trying to dictate some of these rounds. See what their T side has to offer. Because they've got quite the deficit they're working towards.
Look at how those odds shifted. It was 1-7 at one stage. And BetBoom, they might even get lower in a sec. Jumping players from Astralis, but it doesn't matter. Because Siren's having a field day. Sound out the alarm at the B stairs. Because Astralis are getting decimated.
2 gushes with Glucks doesn't make it impossible. Yeah, he's drawing attention. Zorte is behind Device, so Device decides to leave. He's done for. Zorte can also catch the timing as Yabi comes. Whoever spots whoever here likely determines the round, and Yabi catches that timing.
Yeah.
So now you have 2 low players.
And the thing is, with Device's position, he doesn't actually need to leave B, but I really like this decision from Yabi. So he's going to sprint all the way up A. He's going to draw the attention away of 2 players. And now, with the remaining one playing retake, it gives the space for Device to cross. Surely the bomb can be punched in. But Siren's getting inquisitive.
Can't go too far with the low HP. Bomb down. 2 of these players, a single bullet from death. Device spots them out, and he's just about able to get past Nafany. But it falls to Yabi. Bomb tapped. Not committing. Seeing if they can draw him out. They've layered. Now they are refusing. Sticking on it, and Chiron drops. 2 more to find for Yabi. Bomb being defused, and Nafany over the top hits the headshot. Yabi can't clutch, and BetBoom take the pistol.
They do all the hard work there, Astralis, don't they? And it's all off the back of Yabi. Finds the flank on towards Zorta, brings all the attention away off B, makes Siren play retake, and gives the room for Device to plant the bomb. And with Yabi walking back in towards B stairs, did you really need to push generators? Did you really need to take the fight, Device? Because you've left Yabi completely alone in a 1-on-3. Almost feels like all the hard work just gets undone because of that decision to go forward and try and claim another scalp for yourselves. To draw it level. Instead, it's BetBoom that prevail, and they keep on the ascendancy here. Force Spy, of course, will come back into fashion for Astralis. They've got Galils, they've got utility, and they've got all of B stairs.
Yeah, but they've got Magno just to deal with. And he's a bit of a tougher fish to get past than Bro was, but eventually does fall. Good damage done. Sounds limping. Zorte is the big fight. Stair falls. Now he knows no one's at ramp. Astralis are going to have to commit to B. Gen Smoke's being lined up. The BetBoom fall off the site, so that has given space to get the bomb over. Siren wants to fight forward. He slipped through. Trying to connect the headshot, but he loses out to the pistol. That's a big commitment. And gives the advantage to Astralis. Chiron's going to try his hand at it, and he can't get anything else done. Zorte is wondering where his teammates have gotten to. Bomb's still not planted. They kept baiting out, hoping for further peaks, and they kept getting them. Zorte is having a bit of a look. He's getting information on these players. I wonder if maybe that swing's going to be delivered, and it comes, but not the way he was hoping.
Yeah, that was too much edging from BetBoom, unfortunately. All the way around those smokes, the way that they landed for Astralis, they were almost deliberate. Even though it looked a little bit like a miss smoke towards back gens. I'm not too sure. BetBoom even dropped a defensive smoke of their own just to completely cut off that left-hand side of generators, funnel them kind of into the gap to give them the best possible opportunity to fight forward. Just on the cusp of these smokes, but it didn't work out. And that was your force bite, if you BetBoom. Obviously coming off the back of winning the pistol, you go all in again. Incendio all spreads to the toes of Nafany. The triple boost has been assembled and results in a quick dismissal with Stair.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow ascent. They still get the kill. It's down. Going out through the smoke, gets 2. But the pistols are trading. Zorte's pistol finds 2, in fact. And Magno just catches Yabi. That looks so good for a moment with Stoun's double, but they get overwhelmed by BetBoom.
What a disaster that is. Just as you think Astralis have cracked the way through, and then suddenly there's a lot more opportunity for them to build back into this game. Breaking the economy would be a fantastic start, and they just get undone at first by a triple boost, then all the swings from BetBoom. They take a pause, their last one of this map. And they got to calm down. They got to take 30 seconds just to breathe. It's moments like that, it's rounds like this that can really be the final nail in the coffin. Between Stown and Bro, they definitely should have got more. That's actually crazy. You take a look at the way those fights go. I mean, 9 times out of 10, it's the rifles just cleaned up on those pistols. They're in such close range. And Zorto is that unknown element that just swings from gap. BetBoom now doubled the score count of Astralis.
5-7, too good. That was Astralis' way back in. Would have had to have been the eco following from BetBoom. Losing that round makes this comeback a whole lot harder. Astralis thought this was the punish pick. They're the ones that are being whacked over the rear with the belt right now.
What story this would be as well if Astralis lose Vertigo and then they go on to Mirage, and that's BetBoom's kind of home territory. Oh wow, that smoke just creates a capsule for Bro. Shrouded in mystery now is who remains on this B bomb site. It's 2 players. Mid open a little bit. I mean, it is being glanced cursory by Siren. But they're still going to bring the bomb over. Bro hasn't seen anyone commit further back, and where that smoke lands on the stairs, you assume one player's over by Jens, and that's exactly the case with Magno.
Stairs trying to sell it. Not convincing though. Magno swings off the back of the flash, can't find the kill. Bro does run him down. Siren can't connect with his fat mass. Chiron's low. Your BetBoom. You just won that force buy. Your money's not in the best place either. So immediately they call off the retake.
That's really good entry pathing from Astralis because they move alongside the left-hand side of site and they're completely covered by their own smoke. And what they're doing is 2 things here. By not smoking off the right-hand side of the generator, you're inviting BetBoom to come and peek you. BetBoom will not be aware of the amount of players because if you're doing a full execute onto B, you'd expect there to be smokes just completely covering the site. You don't know if it's a full commit or if it's just a lurk from Bro. Surprise in both regards. But by keeping 4 players alive here, that is everything. Yeah, they've got no idea what's going on.
Yeah, giving 4 still feels okay. Pretty similar weapons comparatively. Scout vs MP9. Star's been really keen to put pressure on B. Often committing a couple of players there. This time they will try their luck at A once more. This feels like a much more standard start to a round of Vertigo.
This is wild how much they're just fighting here, just in the open, no smokes. And that's only going to favour BetBoom with the long range. They can just isolate these fights, they can just pre-spam the angles. Device is on 5 HP. Stare, a little bit battered and bruised themselves. Straight into B, the fight goes though. And Bro's dealt with Magno. One more player, still lying in wait behind the generators, but with Bro spamming, it might draw Siren into Yabby over outer quad.
That's the intent.
Oh my
Spam
goodness
is good.
me.
They're low, and Bro's gotten so close. Sitting outside of smoke. That HE! Oh, just about getting away. Does a bit to Siren. A lot of players incredibly low with the bomb down. They don't want to go.
You
They're
can't.
limping.
It's all unconfirmed damage as well. Like the spams at ramp, through the smoke at B. You don't know how much damage you've really done. At the same time, yeah, you can build a player out of 3 of them. Zorta the only one with substantial health. BetBoom are doing a really good job, though, just managing their finances. Their macro game has been on point, knowing when it's a good time to kind of disengage and go for the save. Because you could always argue that where these rounds go back and forth, it would favour the T side in the long run, because there's more ways to make money. So the counter to that, obviously, if you're the CTs, is sure, bomb goes down, we save. We can't find anything off the back of it. That blow on the smoke is everything to allow Bro the room to breathe over at B.
Really been the story of these T sides. Yabi, opening kill on Zorte. He's getting aggressive in towards middle, an area that Astralis hadn't put pressure on. The kill returned as Chiron was able to get one back. Big fight taking place in Gap. Anthony is forced back by Stamp. Let's put the pressure on A.
This is not what I expected out of Astralis on their T side, though. Just individual gunfights being taken. One in mid, and now Stown all the way up A, just by himself. He's trying to sell the idea that they want to go here, but Chiron's not bidding on it. He started off at A, now he's rotated over at B. With Nafni finding Stown, that sells the idea further for Chiron to remain. He spots multiple heads, takes Bros clean off his shoulders. Utility can run forward for Astralis, but everyone from BetBoom is here.
Just giving him these one-on-one fights, and Chiron will happily take them. Talk about a team of young aimers. You really want to be giving those fights.
Oh no.
Vice got the clutch. Just lost his rifle. Tech 9 still certainly a potent weapon. They try and overwhelm. Nafani will win it out. Doesn't need that swing. There was a flank coming as well. Yeah, you're right. That just felt so individual across the board.
And you expect that with a BetBoom team, not an Astralis team. You could argue multiple things here, and we said it in the first half. The more the game gets scrappy, the more that's going to favour BetBoom. But also, is this Astralis now playing down to BetBoom's level? We kind of have this conversation sometimes with tier 1.5 teams, tier 1 teams, where they go up online, especially against these underdogs, these up-and-comers. And it could just be a case that they feel like they can just get the better of them. Ego swing comes out from Nafani, gets punished by Stare.
Chiron cops a few through the wood. And Yabi, big fight on the Siren. This is the second round. He's found success on these mid-lurks. So 2-player advantage. Stars have everything they need, but Magno boosted up, gets one back. 3 players are here. Sorte's up too. Yabi's just charged into B. Is he ready for Magno to be this close? Oh, yes he is. Yabi, a one-man wrecking machine, started in mid, gets the kill, runs all the way back around and takes B.
Sure, let's take both bomb sites if you're Astralis. Now Stown's all the way up A. Zorta potentially prepared for a flank, but with this angle from Stown, this should be the AWP dropping immediately. As Zorta dares to go around this corner. Initiative being taken there by Yabi, but yet again, it feels very individualistic. These lurks are catching BetBoom off guard. The space being created at B is a real significant problem. Timing favours Zorta. So he'll get out alive with the AWP at the bare minimum.
That's so unlucky for Stown. He'd been holding that for so long. And the second Zorte comes around the corner, it's when Stown looks towards elevator, cops a no-scope. That's a big save.
Yeah, it is, but you can see the game plan now from Astralis. It's put pressure everywhere else that isn't B. Force BetBoom to respond by moving off of that site, and then you're taking really fast scaling out of one of your individuals, whether it's Bro, whether it's Yabi. A lot of the end destinations for Astralis have always been this B bomb site. It definitely is a vulnerability the odds over at 1x bet are now actually in favour of BetBoom. That's how ridiculous this first map has been.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Oh, Chiron? Has he heard that? That
No,
was
he
pretty
hasn't.
loud. But Stare still gets one. Oof. At B, they cop a crunchy grenade.
Tell you what, it's actually favourable that Chiron wasn't heard or wasn't known by Stare, because now he's found Device. And now it feels like Astralis are feeling a little bit claustrophobic. They are trapped in their spawn. You don't need to fight this. Just drop your smoke, get out. There you go. God. Feels like I'm telling off the kids at times, honestly.
Job's a good in. Astralis recover from this. They don't want to go B because it feels like the only avenue, and you expect BetBoom to be reinforcing it, which they are. However, that's one way to do it. Gabby catches Magno, it's down, gets Chiron, who'd locked off A. So the remaining defenders are sent sprawling. They're going to split. This can still get out of hand. But maybe not now. You know exactly where Zorte is. That bomb could go express to B. Oh, to A, sorry.
I need to see where Yabby's got that kill on Magno. Who's pushed there? Who's made that mistake?
Oh, hold up. Zorte's made this interesting.
He's on 20 HP, Yabby.
Unconfirmed. It seems. Orb's in his hand. Around the edge of the smoke, Yabby spots him. And with 20 HP of his own, Astralis, in a crazy round, are able to bring it back.
Yeah, that should never have happened. Never ever have happened. BetBoom had the complete control. Chiron even smoked off a ramp and had left it and vacated it. There's that one onto Device. Why on earth has Magno done that? That's so unnecessary. And that one kill sends BetBoom into complete pandemonium.
I like that Stan picks up the ult. Lorna's used to always joke that he was the best AWPer in Denmark at the time. Despite not being the AWPer all heroic. Definitely not the best AWPer in Denmark currently.
No, that's Nikodos.
Oh, too soon. Too soon. He's the best rifler in Denmark. So stack commences at 8. Astralis look to bring this to a one-round game. And should do unless something goes incredibly wrong. But with Stare walking through gap, he's going to find all these players. Actually, a quick shot from Chiron, so it's less than you think. It shouldn't get any more costly, particularly with this fast playthrough. Bro's been hurt. But Mac 10 charges around the corner.
Yeah, good cleanup. And sorry, Nikodos. Let's try to bring it to within one round. Money's somewhat stabilised now for BetBoom. Zorta can be back on the AWP. BetBoom are getting themselves in really good situations in the early game. And the issue you've got is when they get the opening kill, it feels like they're never satisfied with what's going on. And they always want more. And it's the gluttony of BetBoom that has allowed Astralis back into this game so far. A swing. And not quite a kill, but a lot of damage being inflicted. 100 onto both Stavin and Stare.
I think one thing that's been slightly missing for BetBoom as well is Magno. 8 kills. Lowest in the server right now. Granted, he is playing the anchor position. Swing. Great for Nathany. Chiron swings through Siren as well. That's perfect. A dismantling of the A ramp. But Magno is exploited by Bro. So maybe there is a way back through. Swing, trying to catch out Zorte. Can't do it. It's got to be Yabby. 3 players for him to find. Siren slips in onto the B side behind double, and Yabi is not ready for that step out.
That's back to basics for BetBoom. That's really simple from them, and it works so effectively. You've got the early pressure in towards A ramp, so Astralis can't contest it. And then when you've got that deep space down gap, it's the multi-layering. One swings from up high on top rafters, one swings from down low by the sandbag. 3 different points of contact coming in at once, and Astralis are outnumbered. Too many players and targets to aim at. And sure, you repeat the same cycle of Bro getting the kill at B, but this time it's just way too late. 2 chances to close now for BetBoom. The statement victory here, potentially on Vertigo. Kyron's just walking through smokes. He's getting tricky with it, but keep an eye on mid, because with Stair finding that kill, Magno's completely isolated. They're in their spawn.
Oh, Yabi slips into the corner. A re-smoke. Stair's got a second. That's B open. That's the variation from Astralis. Ramp has not found success, so they go fast through mid off the back of the Mac 10 from Stair. He just charges into the back lines, gets a double. So that will be 11 for Astralis. We get every single round of play.
The Astralis have never really poked and prodded in towards mid. So that is the last thing you anticipate if you BetBoom. They ran a very similar round in their first half as well, with Nathani and Siren taking space in spawn. They came off a distraction over at B. This time it was A ramp that was being contested. But the result's still the same. And you can't get the rotations over quick enough if you are BetBoom, because Kyron's basically down at the bottom. In fact, now it's everyone. Just lying in wait.
Yeah, I think, like, Yabi had been in mid, but he was only ever by himself, and he didn't really extend past kind of T elevators.
Yeah, he would only get the kill if BetBoom kind of fought him. But it was always on Yabi's terms. It was never him looking and searching for the kill. It was always BetBoom kind of going into his space.
And anytime he got it, he'd fall back as well. Wouldn't commit to that presence. The question is, do BetBoom immediately get concerned about that gap and respond to it, or do they continue with what has been more or less working? Doesn't work this time. Yabi and Bro. Openings on each side of the map. Stair as well. They can go anywhere they want. Zorte's going to arrive, try and get something back on B. Good kill to Yabi. Nathani gets one, but it's all on the Zorte. He's run down by Bro. Explosive from Astralis, and it sends us to overtime.
Yeah, there's just a variation. It's now the acceleration, both up ramp and B stairs, and BetBoom don't know which way is up. Headshots coming in a matter of moments for Astralis, and that's just them not shying away from the face of danger. They've always allowed BetBoom to kind of have control of these fights over towards ramp. They've been layering it with utility, and this time it's just completely disrespected. And you've got good trade spacing to enable yourself to go for those fast plays in the instance. And then Bro can go back to his sequencing. The mid-round stages for Astralis are always the same. There's a slight bit of variation throughout, but the end destination always seems to be B.
Bro's got Magno's number.
Yeah. And to be fair to him, think about how this game started for him. An insane recovery, and he's now generating a ridiculous amount of impact for Astralis. He's the main proponent of why they're here in OT.
Yeah, he was getting absolutely destroyed on that CT side. Punished time and time again. Fantastic recovery from Bro. And after a blistering round to send us to OT, Astralis slow it down. Nappy in mid. Bro's going to get some support shortly. Nappy's actually forced forward by that molly, and this is just going to confirm to him that no one's here. But Yabi gets the mid leg. And so it's Magno alone on B. And he's about to get pincered from every direction. Yabi up above. Magno holds for the kill. A smoke forward. How long can he hold on? Swing. And a miss. And a 4v2. Chiron does get a kill back. Bro is low. But it's just Chiron now. And he can't do it alone.
That's the danger, and that's the inexperience of these BetBoom players, though. Where Magno has actually been able to find the kill on towards Yabby, he should just remain there, and he shouldn't be swinging until the reinforcements come in, until he's got the backup utility and the backup sort of firepower of Chiron. And the other player was there that got dealt with by a device. Instead, there's a lot of moments in this map alone where BetBoom's individuals feel like they need to step up and be heroes. That ultimately comes back to bite them. Astralis are now back in control. They're dictating a lot of these fights. BetBoom. They're not scared to fight, but to be honest, they should be. At least go together. Don't give Astralis these 2-on-1 situations where they can just at least, at the bare minimum, trade you. It's such a shame, because they had such a solid game plan on that T side. They gave themselves such a number of rounds. They even won out that 5-7 play.
Yeah, I mean, they were 8-4 half, win the pistol. Surely lost the second round, but yeah, the 5-7s work out. You feel like everything is setting you up just to take this game. But you can't count Astralis out, that's for sure. There's a whole team effort from the squad. Yabby in particular, it feels, in the last 3 or 4 rounds, alongside Bro, has really stepped up and delivered. Fast again. It's that dynamic duo of Yabby and Stam. And look how empty it is. And Bro's got the kill on B. This round's about to be done. Siren's got no clue.
Wow. They just ran it right back. And to be honest, if it isn't broke, why would you try and fix it? If you're Astralis. BetBoom are really struggling to anticipate the timing of these mid-round aggressive plays from Astralis. They either come right at the beginning, or they come in immediately after they take the contact at B. And to be fair, this time it did come after they took the contact at B, because Bro was so fast up the damn B stairs. The BetBoom weren't ready. That round is done in 20 seconds.
And again, it's Bro and Yabby. I know Stan's at the top of the board, but in terms of impact frags, in terms of the openers, well, Yabby and Bro delivering. It's just giving them round after round. B and mid are so frail for BetBoom.
And now you go A. Because you know they're going to be covering B and mid. This is smart. Good call out of device. It's not immediate aggression, but they are slowing things down a little bit. Nathany has done a chunk of damage with utility. But currently, he's alone, and Bro has found Magno once more pushing.
They had 3 players at B, and Bro still wins out the engagement and gets the opening kill.
This is a joke.
You're getting bullied. Doesn't even need to get his big brothers over. It's the pipsqueak. He's got BetBoom shaking. At least the players are here for the defense. Smoke's deployed. Yabby flashed over. It's perfect. And he's just completely demolished both of them. This is going to be a flawless T-side for Astralis. Siren and Zorte in a 2v5. Yeah, an incendiary comes down, but there's plenty of time to plant the bomb. Re-smokes in spades. Kill from Zorte. He's low. Siren can maybe do something cheeky. But it has to be him because Yabby has found his 3rd in the round. Bomb planted. Nothing you can do.
Oh, I love it. When Yabby first came into Astralis, it felt a little bit underwhelming, gonna be completely honest. But in this game alone, and in recent time, he's really gone through the motions and shifted a gear. And I think it's because the Vice is allowing him a lot more room to breathe, especially on this T side. If he's feeling it, the Vice just goes, okay, do what you want. We'll set the game up around you.
Why did he push over the camera? Do you think it was done? I don't understand. He just pushed the camera away.
Maybe it's like a mic drop.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
He just like leaned over and knocked it.
He can't punch monitors
And
anymore.
then got up. Yeah, well, it's a celebratory moment. We had a little pause. So get to see some of these critical rounds. This was a big one. They got Astralis back into things. Where BetBoom overpushed the issue when they could have got themselves to map point.
That was so dumb. Like, that was so silly from BetBoom. A completely wasted opportunity. Because look, they got to 12. If they just win the 4 on 2. Oh. Wow. I'm actually in disbelief. But full credit to Astralis for them pushing it to overtime in the first place, and then they've just completely just transformed. They've recognised the weaknesses of BetBoom, and they are just applying a squeeze on them round after round. There's these slight variations in the timing of when they decide to push, how many players are in certain positions, and it's these small micro adjustments that are completely punishing BetBoom time and time and time again. But it was this T side that was so good out of BetBoom. They were fantastic. They got 8 rounds. Now they need 3 in a row.
Yeah, they got no momentum. Morale surely crushed. You think Bro's gonna just falter and fall over and give Magno space here? No way. Well, after that half he's just had. Starts well though. Good damage on the device. The HE given back. That's a double up on B. Anthony has slunk all the way through. Can't convert the spray. They swing in unison. Prevent anything more from BetBoom's IGL. And puts things even. But only for a moment. Siren with 1. Kyron looked to get involved as well. These aimers looking to strike true onto A.
Oh, Magno thinks he's got the timer, but
Yeah,
he doesn't,
he
because Yabby's just been on B the entire round. That's rough. And now if you're BetBoom, you've got to look elsewhere, because you completely relinquish control in A. They're still going to commit to B.
Okay, but you've killed this B-Lurk who just walked up solo. So Astralis' play is to get information on ramp. When they receive this, it's going to be maybe a little bit too late. Depends how quick BetBoom are on this execute. Okay, they put Stair in towards sandbags. Bro second thinks it. Goes back to clear gap. So it's just Yabby. Solo. Bro's going to run over, but he's going to arrive too late, or maybe not. Maybe Yabby can do it all by himself. First is his, no Zorte is scaled. He's hearing him, swings, but can't find the shot. So BetBoom find a way in. Siren needs to be able to get this bomb over. Oh, crosses. He's under pressure though. They swing and both of them fall. Siren ready for the jump around. A nice try from Astralis, but BetBoom take the round.
Yeah, huge from BetBoom, and it's that split decision. Do you want to actually try and commit the digits, or are you fighting together? Decision made in the moment, both of them covering bases. And both of them hitting the crucial shots when it matters. Really impressive stuff to recover this. As awesome target selection from both of them as well. Alright, BetBoom. Becoming more and more familiar with your game as this map goes on. That's one step in the right direction, but how do you account for this double mid setup? Device is posted so deep in mid on ladder.
Yeah, it really depends how long you want to hold this, because for Device, he's in a committed angle. The idea here is he gets the swing, but as time ticks, you can't have 2 players committed to be this to mid this long. To some stage, you imagine they fall. But it depends how quickly BetBoom put pressure on.
Yeah, you can actually have them in this angle for a long period of time if Stair and Stown are able to not be pushed back off ramp. But because that's happened, now you've got that withdrawal in mid. They're going to commit A here, BetBoom. And Device has brought his AWP over.
Right place, right time. Stair also in a pretty devastating angle. You imagine AWP can take first contact, Stair can swing. So it's the right places for these 3 players. There's 5 Ts on the other side. Flashes for Siren. That's where they land. Stair. Not needed quite yet. The swing comes. Zorte hits the shot, and Magno spams out Device. Doesn't get a second chance to fire that off. He slurps down. He's worried about two different angles. Siren surely about to swing him. Stown able to stand tall. Bro supports him. And Stown's not done yet. It's all in the Zorte. A 1v2 required. That's a good first one.
No time.
And
He's
it's
gonna run
done.
away.
Just like that, to time. It's how Astralis take map 1.
And Bro wins that out by running away, but also wins it by taking contact through the smoke to come and support out his short player in Stown. Really impressive from Astralis. They look down and out, especially in that first half. But they've shown resilience, they've shown fight back. And they're worthy winners of map 1. But full credit to BetBoom, who come into that after losing 13-0. We're kind of giving them a little bit of stick after being destroyed by MIBR. And they came in and it felt like there were multiple junctures in that map where they should have just won it outright.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 2v4 is going to haunt them for days, where they could have just taken it to map point then and then secured it later. It was such a good map until it wasn't. And the experience of the Astralis players, I think it really prevailed. You know, despite, Device obviously being new to the IGL role, I felt he called a really good T-side. The way he was utilizing both Bro and Gabby, brilliant. And it set them up to run over BetBoom in the end.
Yeah, no, it did for sure. And Bro had Magnoj as his number throughout the majority of that second half. But we got to throw it back to the analyst desk. It's Freddy and his 2 X's.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Well, there were many questions from that game, and I think for me, the biggest question here is what could be a conspiracy theory game here, guys. Come on, listen to me. Why on earth did Device throw his camera down midway through overtime now? My conspiracy theory is that he's just disgusting and he just didn't want people to see him anymore. Like it was too hot to handle. All right, so,
Wow.
Freddie, what are your thoughts?
Okay, I'm going down the line of, firstly, mic drop. Like, he there's no mic to physically drop, but he called a great T-side, and it's like, bam, mic drop, game over. Or halftime orange slices, get a bit of refill in there. Just like, halftime, just take a second to chill.
Yeah, pretty active guy too. Had a get a quick refill right there for the second half, and it sure did help.
Did a few push-ups there, maybe. But what an incredible game, actually. I think many of us were surprised that BetBoom did have a good start on this map on Vertigo. They got the boat rolling pretty quickly. Astralis weren't quite there. How did they manage to do that, Freddie?
Honestly, I think at the very beginning, we saw Astralis looking completely lost. We saw BetBoom, what we were mentioning, that they were just very individualistic. We said this at the pre-show, and we said this is a negative thing. But at the beginning, it was proven to be positive. Kyron running up ramp, getting 3 kills, stuff like that. But then towards the end, their over-aggression, their individualism is actually what drew them apart. And Astralis were able to pick them apart after they suddenly just kind of read how to play BetBoom. And ultimately, that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, again, the T-sides rolling through there, they looked really strong out of the gates. I thought Astralis were making a big mistake in the veto by picking into this and trying to punish pick a team that I know that they know they're stronger than. They get away with it in the end, but like you said, just a little bit of lack of a cohesion on the way that they were holding off those A ramps. And, kind of comparing the two teams here, we saw a lot of cool ideas come through from BetBoom on their CT side, where they were able to offer up a lot of nice multi-kills there coming through with the op to kick things off, rolling through from Zorte, and then the rifler swinging off contact. But it wasn't all there for the side of Astralis, and they still get away with it. They still set that frustration in that we mentioned, that mental fortitude that maybe this squad is missing, because as things got later and later, and as they lost more and more frustrating rounds, again, you see, the calls start to go quiet. You start to see a lack of T-side cohesion right there. You see them just separate, split up, and it felt like, again, for my concern, almost like a lack of presence in the calling in the leadership department.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, let's break.
I was
Go ahead,
gonna say, I don't want to beat the dead horse, but we saw Nafni slam his desk. Like, your IGL compared to Device, where Stan has publicly said Device is his super calm IGL, you compare that, Nafni slamming his desk. I think that kind of is obvious of why that game ended like it did.
I mean, Device has been looking for his Zen recently, so He might have
Orange
found it a little bit
slices.
more.
The orange slices.
It's the orange slices, it's the push-ups. He's found the trifecta and knocking down cameras. But yeah, let's break down the Astralis play a little bit more, right? And we've got a couple of highlights to bring out. Let's bring out the first clip here. Freddie, what happens exactly here? Because I think that's where Astralis start to bring things in their favor.
Yeah, this is when you start seeing some tactical depth. So this is that there was all these low buy back and forths, and this is where Astralis broke that chain and pulled ahead. It all started with a default towards the A bomb site. They leave Stair there. BetBoom have no map control whatsoever, and I think Brandon mentioned Bro had Magnajez's number throughout that whole game. This is a massive clear example of that. This whole round comes down to the fact that Stair throws a bit of utility on A. BetBoom have no map control at all, and they're able to isolate that one kill on Magnajez, and I feel like this very simplistic play where BetBoom just fall apart is so common throughout this whole game. And also Magnajez, like, he ended on like 9 kills. That is just not something that you're looking for your up-and-coming superstar.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting right there as well is Bro had a very slow start to this game, but was able to bounce back a little bit later down the line. So that sort of resiliency out of a young player is good to see, and it's kind of expected out of Bro. I don't think he's one of those guys that lingers in frustration for very long, and that activation, especially in that round that you just showed, is a perfect example of what he can do to bring his team success, even in a rougher game.
Now, Exner, though, Astralis had to close that game out, and it felt like in Astralis they were able, in overtime, is when they actually started to change things up a bit. It was with their approach, with how they started to contact the map a little bit, feel it all out. And there's a moment with Bro that you wanted to check out that really explains that well.
Yeah, I mean, again, able to do some great work here. I think not only Bro being able to sell a massive distraction, but also a call that is just based off of a lot of momentum, a lot of ground being gained right here. You're talking about a contact motion out middle, full confidence that there's going to be no one there. And when they walk out and they take that much space, the round is already over. It's already set. It's the right read, and that comes at the start of the round. That comes at the beginning here. And as I said here, if you talk about what Device is bringing right now, that sort of conviction in the calling is what Astralis needed to not only pull this thing back, but also close it out pretty confidently in overtime.
Yeah, I think that's what I was saying, right? Device, great IGLing. And now let's compare that type of round to what BetBoom were doing. You can't, because that's a round that is a perfect orchestrated team performance. Everybody has their role, and it is executed perfectly. You look over at BetBoom, and all the rounds, or the large majority of the rounds they were winning, is because an individual was flying around at a certain part of the map and succeeding. Therefore, the consistency is just not going to be possible for BetBoom, and that's exactly what happened. In overtime on their T side, you have Nafany pushing solo, you have Magnajez pushing solo, you have everybody pushing solo. You look over at Astralis, a very polarizing style of Counter-Strike, and that's why ultimately they've won this map out.
Yeah, but I mean, to give BetBoom credit here, they at one point in this map had that cohesion. I mean, even you were mentioning to me, the point I was making at the beginning of the series is that sort of cohesion. It's not all that common for BetBoom. The grouping, the way that they were able to take ramp control and make Astralis look silly out of the gates was what they needed to keep forward throughout the remainder of that series, and certainly in overtime. And I think they lost a little bit of that when the frustration sunk in.
Well, now there's a second map that needs to be played. Obviously, Vertigo, we didn't have high hopes for BetBoom, even though it was quite competitive, and it nearly felt it'd go their way. What are we expecting here in Mirage? Because this is switching things up a little bit. Astralis, also not strangers to playing pretty decently on this map either here, Freddie.
Yeah, well, so Astralis, they have, it's not the map they would play the most. Even with Device side yelling, they've only played it once, and they beat Vitality. So that in itself is a massive result. BetBoom, this is supposed to be their home turf, but as mentioned at the very beginning, they've lost 2 finals back-to-back to their CIS rivals, Bait and Amcal as well. So those are 2 big losses that they've got on kind of on their record. However, look, they played really well today against MIBR. It was the first map of the series. It was a very successful crusade from them, and I am hopeful that they can show a little bit more. They put it really close on Vertigo, from being 13-0 this morning to then overtime against Astralis. I think there's a real world, if they're able to mentally reset, that we could be seeing a third map because of just the amount of reps they have on Mirage and the lack of reps potentially that Astralis have on Mirage.
Yeah, I'll back you on that. I have a little bit of faith that, again, if BetBoom can get their heads straight, that they can certainly bounce back. There is a very clear lack of reps here, and so long term, I think that this should be a more comfortable map. But watching BetBoom, fall to the pressure of some of these online events, like you were mentioning, has also been a big factor. And they definitely are losing to teams that they have a lot more experience than, and that to me is probably taking a hit to the confidence. So they need to lean on what they did today as opposed to what they've done, a week ago.
One thing I want to mention quickly is that I think when we look at the individuals, we need to be seeing more from Magnojez. He had a really difficult first map. I feel like this is his stomping ground. Even in those games we were mentioning in the finals, he still was playing pretty well. Like, he still had really decent performances. I believe that if he steps up, then we will be able to see a cohesive BetBoom, and a third map could potentially be upon us.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be off the B side of Vertigo, so there's some relief in that sense that maybe he can do a little bit more.
Well, this seems to be it from this map in particular. It's Mirage up next, and if Astralis win this, they're already qualified into the playoffs of CCT Global Finals. Let's see how this goes after this.
is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Pick and live. Make your choice. Play begins and get your prize.
Well, it took overtime, but Astralis took map 1 of this series. We now go to Mirage, the home ground of BetBoom. What should we be expecting from Nafany and Co going into this one, Brandon?
I just think more of the same, really, but at the same time, I'd quite like to see just a little bit more structure, maybe a little bit less reliance on going for these hero moments and these big plays just sort of in the mid to late round. The desk was calling on it. There was so much structure that went into that T side on Vertigo, but on CT side it just completely collapsed, and they're going to be starting on the T side at the very least for them over on Mirage. So we know that that's going to be the strongest side out of the two for this team. It's just about whether they can get off to a good start, because I think psychologically BetBoom felt like they had the map in the palm of their hands, they were ready to win it out, and then they just didn't. So recovering from this is going to be a lot trickier, in my opinion, than maybe getting blown out. Forcing overtime did Astralis, and they've won it out especially. This makes things very difficult, in my opinion, for BetBoom to build back into this game.
Yeah, I think the main thing going for them is it is Mirage, right? This is a map that they've played plenty. They've got a really good win rate on. And it's one that Astralis have only kind of recently brought into the fold as a map that they do play. And it's not one that comes out very often. So for BetBoom, they'll have all the creature comforts into this map. They'll need it to send us to nuke.
Let's see then, because currently BetBoom are going A, and there's only Bro ready to defend. The device is in connector and can be called over as soon as possible. And Bro will see these smokes coming in, and will now need the help immediately, because BetBoom are out, but it's device with the opener.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. Skirting the edge of the smoke, find that opening kill. Now you can sit back. You got all the tools you need. Stair is loaded up with utility, with a kit, and with plenty of support. There's a flashbang. It's good. And it's a 1-for-1. Magno's low. HE won't confirm it, but Device will. So 2-player advantage. As mentioned, kit in play. Smoke goes forward onto the bomb. Chiron is behind it. Nafany is going to slide out. Playing trigger discipline. Knife out for a moment, surely. Not considering it, he's been spotted, and he's the only one left. There's no way to stop this defuse.
Is that the right decision, Nafany? Going for the extra money? Maybe, but at the same time, it's because Chiron was alive. Chiron reveals himself, he gets dealt with. Astralis are climbing all over the boxes. If Nafany just takes the kill, he can then focus on sight and potentially just form somewhat of a strange crossfire with Chiron. Instead, it doesn't go that way whatsoever. Clean retake from Astralis. Device repositioning himself into connector was everything, just to guarantee that second kill and provide a little breathing room. Smoke going forward for Astralis as well in towards the middle of the site. Gave them all the space that they needed. Big fight here in mid. Everyone is swinging, and it's falling in favour of BetBoom. Although Stan replies back with a double of his own, the advantage is still with this T side.
Informational 1 confirmed. Where are the others? Nafany has just walked into Sandwich. He's going to call his troops over. Bro falls back. Not covering the cost. Okay, he was just having a look. So he's kind of caught between these two spots. Down has to go clear. With him finding nobody in the apartments, bomb not planted B, now they have the read of where this is going. Time is going to be the problem. Down is taking plenty off the clock as he clears out mid. There's not a kit on either of these players. So once the bomb gets planted, if it does, no one's covering CT. Bro goes 1-for-1, slows them down, and that gives Down that time. Siren's aware of it. Siren's considering it, but it doesn't matter. Down wins it out, and it's a 1v1 jiggling, seeing Magno, who is able to cross, pick up the bomb. and gets safely so he can secure the plant. He shot the idea of where Stown is. A jump up on over, and he wide swings onto Stown.
Well done from Magno, because he had to be that player to kind of recover the situation there. Once he gets spotted by Stown, he immediately repositions, goes wide, grabs the bomb, sticks the plant, hoping to draw that ramp player in closer, and he does exactly that. And by him failing the jump, it actually just averts the crosshair just for a second. And he's able to get ahead. It was a slow start on Vertigo for Magno, but he arrives immediately. And yet again, we're in this situation between Astralis and BetBoom where we're going to have these 4 spies back and forth until one team gets consecutive in a row and breaks the bank.
Yeah, unfortunately for Astralis, theirs doesn't look quite as good as that whole gaggle of Galils that was out in the previous BetBoom. We love the T-side economy. Bro with the 5-7. Oh, he was spotted. Unlucky. Could have made the play. Stab through with the MP9's not going to connect. Wise might be able to catch one. No. The headshot, it must have gone through the edge of the box. Nafany lives. Only... Well, actually, it's Chiron that meets the follow-up. This is still on. Yabby's pistol connects true. Sorte's making it a little easier for BetBoom. Over the top comes down. Can't convert that spray. That would have been something else. Instead, it's Step. Sorte low, but finding both with the clock ticking, and he gets away. A tap on it. A jiggle from Magno will confirm he's not committing. And off the back of that, BetBoom will be in the lead.
Yeah, well done from BetBoom to recover that, but that starts to get really scary. Noticed it a lot, just sort of on these A hits in the mid to late round. There's always a player in Palace providing overwatch, making sure that BetBoom can get things over the line. It comes with a lot of cost, but at the end of the day, BetBoom won't care all that much because they get this round. And they sent Astralis relegated all the way down to just USPs, and back to A they go. They're not turning over too many pages of the strat book. Getting into A has been consistent.
And again, it's Assault Defender. Astralis stacking B just in case. It was going to be a change up and a move over that side, but not to be.
Oh, there was a flash that Device could have set up, but instead, that doesn't happen, so they all have to run through the smoke contact. Magno cleans. He's 8-1.
So I feel like he ended Vertigo OT with barely 8 kills. 10. Says a lot about him as a player. He's a Mirage player. I'm not going to pass judgment on people that are very good at Mirage and aren't good at other maps.
Here's the buy. We saw last time when Astralis had the rifles out, they fought for mid and didn't go so well. It was astounding, the double kill. Outside of that, it was BetBoom controlling and getting all the possession. This time, it's layered. 2 through under, 2 through middle. Flashbang forward for Chiron to set him on his way, and he is able to deal with Stown. Step in from short is great from Yabby, but he can only go find one before he's put down. A 3-on-3 and Zorta low. This one's not done yet, and they keep wanting to scrap him mid.
And Siren's gonna fall back. 2 players so low. Bro. Oh, does convert that spray. Sorte, you imagine? Oh no, he's put on notice, has to fall back. He has the bomb and no health. This round is on Magno. Good first kill. Loud in his movement. How does he get stare? Spins around on a swivel and finds it, which leaves it to Device. And this pause. This fight's everything, and it's all Magno Jazz.
He said it needed to be him, and it was. Just so aware of where Astralis could be. Hits that first headshot, trades out Bro in mid, who was searching to try and deny that bomb. And on a swivel, deals with Stare, presence of mind for Device all the way in CT, because Device has been playing Ticket by and large a majority of these rounds. Welcome to Mirage, say BetBoom. Astralis yet again, just with pistols, working with the bare minimum. Device has got enough in the next round to bring out an AWP. And they've shown middle on the gun rounds. And then it's always back to A. And Device surely is dead. No, he's not. He's found Kyron despite all of that. A blow on the smoke for Siren. And this time it's Bro that steps in with the 5-7. This is getting out of hand here with Device finding another kill. A 3-on-2. BetBoom can't get past the pistols of Astralis on A. Zorta 1-on-2 with 1 minute left. At least he's got the bomb. So there is an escape route out through spawn, but how on earth do you stitch this one together?
Well, the big thing is that Bro is half HP and doesn't have armor. So he's going to be the one that goes over to B.
He can just play bench, though. He can just tuck in at bench, and he never needs to peek. Instead, going to go behind the empty pillar.
Just hide. Just don't reveal yourself. Let Sorte make the mistake, and yeah. Secure the kill. Secure the kill. Secure the goddamn kill. There it is.
Why? Why would you try and do that?
In that situation, when you're 1-4 down, in a 1-on-2.
I mean, look, it's salt in the wound, surely, but my goodness me, this is punishment enough. BetBoom try and go back to A. This time Astralis are 1 step ahead of it. And the pistols pulverize. Fortunately enough, BetBoom, by winning rounds in a row, they've got an investment behind them. But that is not what they anticipated. That is not what they hoped for, because now Astralis is still breathing down their necks. And they've got the added luxury of Device on the AWP.
Zorte will go tip for tat with his. And that might even be what this first engagement is. The smoke. Device is hungry. Bro's the one that takes the first bite though. Yabi as well. Siren will make his way past. That AWP is still on the side. Device has missed every timing. And he is taken down by that T-sided AWP. It's down. Remove Siren. Keeping it even. And he's going to group up with Stare. And move towards CT. Not a flashbang, so it has to be the peak. Magno can't find his shot, so it's on to Zorte once more. Another 1v2. This one, the odds don't favor him as they walk straight around the corner.
Good move around there from Astralis, right when it goes into that 2-on-2. It's down dropping that flashbang on the way out, just draws the attention there for the moment, but Stare had to hit his shot. It was so imperative he gets it. Onto the player progressing into CT. Unfortunate for Device, but it was made so complicated. By the player just jumping around Sandwich over Tetris. But really keep your eye on these Palace lurks. Because whenever BetBoom go away, it feels like they are finding success there. Through Palace. And this time a fast B. Stare needs to defend. Hasn't even got time to drop his utility, but he might not need it. Yabi and Device arrive. First responders on the scene, but Zorte bounces back with a double of his own. 3-on-2. Bomb can go down. And a missed shot from Device. Does create a little bit more space. Check out Stowl on this flank, though. This is fast and might not be expected.
Yeah, timing's so good for Zorte. He's trying to get ahead of them. But there's Down striking from above. Kyron in the back of sight. Knows where both these players are. Wins the first. And it's the AWP on the other side. An off angle over the top of bench. Device swinging around, a missed shot. And Kyron gets the opportunity to go again. This time, BetBoom win out the 1v2.
Yeah, well done from Kyron. Because he picks and chooses his angles perfectly. He would have got the info from Zorta that would have been potentially a second player that he could hear over towards market. And you know that Stown is in towards the apartments. So just play there around bench. You're giving Astralis these one-on-ones, and they're more than happy to oblige. By the way, this is a 2-on-5 that they win out. Between Zorta and Chiron. Being proactive, pragmatic towards market window to find another kill, which gives Chiron all the opportunity to close. Quick fight in mid, but it's A, the final destination of BetBoom. Yet again skating through ramp, it's Chiron on device.
Bro's tucked in sandwich, and he's not going to be considered. With all the contact elsewhere, he wants to swing. Reveals his position, and Chiron over the top, happy to oblige. Magno secures it. It's a fast fight into A, and Astralis can't hold on. Didn't have the best weapons for the job, and BetBoom just brute force their way in.
Yeah, and that was even with Astralis pushing middle. Finding the opening kill. It's the timing of this call out from Nafany. As soon as that contact is taken, as soon as you get the information to a push mid, that's when you go. That's when you strike. Bro was in such a good spot, but felt like he needs to be the player just to grab one little kill. To buy enough time for the rotates to come forward. Back to pistols, but you know they can be scary.
You already won one of these. Now you lose the opener. Nafany's lurking mid. I think that's the decision for BetBoom. What space he gets will determine their next moves. He's managed to navigate all the smokes. With his position there, they can start to pounce onto this A side, splitting from every angle. Nafany gets his, Magno as well. And the Mac-10 can't get another. But they don't have the space. With the weapons they have, Siren, flash forward, that's beautiful. A double for him. And they will be okay against the pistols this time around.
This game's got a remarkable tempo to it. We haven't been here all that long on Mirage, and it feels like every round is said and done within the first minute. BetBoom are taking control. This time that slight variation to go through middle. Surprise Astralis in the connector. It's been very one-dimensional up until now, so they weren't prepared and weren't ready for it. Best Astralis can hope for on this CT side is 5 rounds now.
Yeah, I think the big kind of asterisk to throw on whatever skill line they end up with is that CT versus T disparity. It's been the T sides that have been the strength so far for BetBoom. No, Astralis have a lot to show on their attacking side as well. Yabi sees Siren but can't find any sort of kill, but it's all distractions. Down's just gonna swing. Bails out his buddy. Costs him a bit, but Nafany's also wounded. It's a good position for Astralis.
Is it though? Because look, you got deep control in towards ramp. Oh, okay, maybe it's fine. It's down checks connector. That timing on Chiron could have swung around in a much different favour, and now you've got stair pushing TV room. He can hear Zorta, not ready for him. That's the bomb handed to Astralis on a silver platter. There are moments in these rounds that look like they can completely turn one way or the other. But it's not to be the case this time. It's Astralis that sees control of middle. They then go searching for further information out ramp and through the extremity of B apartments. And that's because they've been given the time to do that. This is the first time we've really seen a developed mid-round from either one of these teams, because BetBoom hasn't found the control or the kills instantaneously.
Clean from Astralis as well. Keeping 4 alive. They've got a slew of AKs to go along with that up. BetBoom. Looking like they want to test B early. A lot of players over this side. Astralis have a good setup to handle if they do decide to go through either underpass or into B.
Yeah, this is brutal. Yabby can take first contact here. And then it could be Stare. Can't get off the angle if you're Yabby. Another 5-on-2 where it does end B. I've seen this before, but this time, maybe it's a different outcome. Siren finds Device.
Oh.
And Zorta has caught Stare pushing through a smoke. Hold your horses. Because in round 12, this one's not over. Snown's on a very quick lurk. This should be the final nail in the coffin. Siren removed. And now Zorta is subjected to a life in the B apartment, smoked off, and forced only one direction into the channel of Astralis players on B.
That one, it got out of hand. Pushing smokes, that's how BetBoom threw Vertigo. Getting a little too foolhardy, overextending in the advantage. You imagine now, Device is telling them, keep calm, keep collected, it's the AWP. Just don't give those 1v1s. Set up for the trades. Set up for those trades. Because Sorte's been given another opportunity and he's making it work. And he knows where Sound was. This one's becoming all that more doable. Close to the pillar, Sound just crouches around it. Denies Zorte. That one coming way closer than it needed to be.
Another 2-on-5 that comes down to the 1-on-1. Exceptional work from Zorta. Pre-fires these common angles, sees the player at market window, neutralizes him, even plants. To be completely protected from apartments. It's Stan's acceleration that's the difference here. But it's these small errors that keep creeping in for both of these teams that are allowing opportunities for the high-octane individuals just to spring into action.
That's a huge round from Stare as well. He, you know, despite what we said about kind of the setup Astralis had, it was very mid-focused. So Stare was the only one that was kind of on B, that there wasn't a short player because Yappy was up on the fence. So if Stare didn't get the double there, there was an open avenue into B. But a massive hold from him. One of the first times he's truly tested on that side. Astralis with 5. I think they're probably okay with that. Going into the T side?
Absolutely. Considering how this was, with BetBoom running away with this first half. This time, again, it's Astralis having to build into the game, but they've got more CT side rounds than they did on Vertigo. And you're still keeping in contention. You're not allowing this CT side to potentially run away with map 2. You're constantly putting the question of doubt into the mind of BetBoom. Magno up close with the dual Berettas, but again, it's an opening kill coming from their Rorpa. Zorta on Stout. Ouch.
Good response. Chiron getting just peppered with bullets. Bro charges into the site. Chiron can't finish the job. Runs out of bullets, and now he's going to get overwhelmed, but he has support. He has so much support. Nafany with a double. It's onto Device. All three are here. No shot. One's low. There's a chance here for him. But they've separated, making it more difficult. And the bomb is in their grasp in front of Nafany. So Device will have to fight forward. We'll need to look for both these CT spots an arm. But he might catch this timing. Yeah, Chiron, he's right there. It's free. And Device can feel it now. He can taste it. This one only needed one more and he can't connect it. Nafany is the one that prevails.
Oh, it's the battle of the IGLs and it's nearly mission impossible for Device. Nafany's even jumping from ticket to try and spot and cover Chiron's ass. But he is able to find that final kill. You feel like BetBoom have done more than enough here. With 3 players out CT. But it's not to be for Astralis. The clutches are still remaining in favour of BetBoom. And now Magno's got full liberties just to try and fight middle.
What a rough one to lose. Device looked like he'd done everything that was needed. Found the 2 hard kills. Nafany on the swing. So now they'll have 9 rounds to go up against. Magno looking to bolster his numbers. You're gonna flash forward. Ah, okay. Not quite.
Interestingly enough, if they go to B right now, it's only a fight on Siren. Chiron will be close, and you anticipate he will be able to trade. That's if they can even get past Siren, who's just tucked behind the box by default. 30 seconds. And 2 players are pretty invested here at A for BetBoom. There is a weld, but Siren on this angle, it's more than enough. He farms up so much cash and keeps BetBoom in control this second half.
Easy peasy. Could drop the AWP over to Zorte. Yeah, he does. Okay, so MP9 might even just get discarded at that stage. Oh no, Nafany. He'll happily pick it up. He's an own SMG user. Whole squad's got AKs on the T side. From way out the gate, it looks. Oh, there was a shot. Well, actually, it connected. He's even got the tag. Onto the second. What a way to start this round. Orb comes out and finds success immediately. And Nafany, with that MP9, walks up close, finds device, picks up the AK. This round is almost over in the first 30 seconds.
And to be honest, on a map like Mirage, you can get away a lot more with being aggressive, because there's so many options to sort of deliver different shades of it. Magno finding Bro. We'll bring an end to this round. Look, we've seen 2v5s multiple times. Attempted. One even converted. But this one feels a lot different. You've got a very solid crossfire already. A flashbang for Nafany to go around the corner on ramp. 50 seconds. And the AWP's in the right place at the right time. Now for Stair and Yabby. A very difficult task on their hands.
I saw smoke. Oh, Stair! What a way to burst through. Nafany flashed out as well. This is getting more doable, but Stair has too many angles to hold. Magno comes through for the final kill. 20 for him. BetBoom in cruise control on Mirage.
And I gotta say, if you're Astralis, you've not got any money. You want the device on the AWP. You have to be Tech 9s, you have to be an execute somewhere. The desk asked for Magno. Magno delivered. He's up to 20.
Yeah, turns out the donk you have at home is actually pretty good too. This is kind of what we feared for Astralis going into Mirage. BetBoom with all the experience on it. Astralis trying to force the issue, and it is a force buy from them. They're not going down without a fight. Sorte's gonna bring it to them. Kill through the smoke just as it fades. It's down low. Magno confirms the kill. And they're just not getting any space into A at all. Bro walk through B. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter one bit. Yeah, he might get one here. Maybe he'll finally get that knife. No, he will get it with the deagle, but no more to be found.
Oh, if he gets the knife, he can drop device and AWP. That's why he goes for it. This is tough. Take a pause now for Astralis. Are you playing for OT? Are you getting Galils? Into round 17. The thing is, as soon as they know it's a low buy, BetBoom are just going to fight you. And they've got all the right players in the right places. It's not just these individual contributions anymore. It's the layering with the utility. They're even self-flashing themselves for multiple people to be on the angle at once. Now dipping their toes in the water a little bit when it comes to the investment. In fact, all in, once more.
It's not too bad, really. It just lacks util. And obviously AK is it's Galil's.
We're going A again.
Yeah, something about definitions of insanity. But this time, it is lightly defended. It's just Nafany. Magno will arrive at connector. Nafany able to actually connect that spray. It looked a little wild for a moment. Magno punished. So 2 for 2. They managed to get the space for now, but look at the minimap. Look at Chiron. He's in the back lines. Bomb not even planted yet. Device hasn't scaled out of Tetris. And there's a palace flank. Gabby is not going to be prepared for this whatsoever. And with that AWP keeping him at bay, that further confirms this kill for Chiron. BetBoom just playing the delay for Chiron to win this round for them. There's that kill and a swing to deny the bomb. Chiron's done it all. Down has to clutch up and maybe a chance. Ducks his head down. Trying to avoid Siren, who's got him locked in. It's frantic. It's hectic. And he's still staying alive. Still fighting forward. Just gets around that corner. But he doesn't have the bomb. Has to fight back in, and it is down. A 1 versus 3 to give Astralis a lifeline.
That decision making from Stown is ridiculous. Siren is just peppering those corners of the stairs, trying to contain him in, trying to whittle down his health bar, and he does. Down to 14. But Stown throws a flash, and he uses it to get out. He even picks up the AWP. Doesn't matter if you got a double flanking Palace. All you need is Stown on the stairs. And he'll send Astralis a little bit further forward on Mirage. Force buy pays off. Map point not locked in. And Device even finding an opening kill. How that falls apart from BetBoom is demoralizing.
Not out of the woods yet. Device arriving with that up. And finally, some space being taken towards B. It's been A after A after A, but this defender's here. Fantastic HE. And a swing into it. Chiron 1 for 1. Of course, it's Down that trades. Magno, he just crawled up in towards ladder. And he's found Sound. Device on the outside with the AWP. Not a favorable door, but he's just going to walk right on by. Needs to grab the bomb back. Both these teams are so separated. This round is incredibly messy. Might just come down to the timings. Device pushes through. Did Siren see him? I don't think so. Maybe he's comped it over because Magno moves forward. Device, great shot. And you know where Magno Jazz was. And in fact, Yabi with the Mac 10 at range gets the kill. Nafany, he's the A player. And he's flashed, pushed off. Yabi's running away. He's managing to avoid him and he swings back straight to the gut of Nafany.
You're joking me. You are joking me. Astralis completely weave that one together just by knowing the confirmed locations of these players. You don't know about Nafany. But you have the idea that Siren's on B. You know that Magno is constricted in towards ladder room. And between the two of them, they're able to take differing points of contact. But how on earth has Yabi won that fight on Nafany? That one stings. That one's painful for BetBoom. And it's such a momentum builder for Astralis, and Eco now has to be forced by BetBoom.
That's 2 back-to-back rounds that Astralis have pulled out of nowhere. A 1v3 from Stown into that round from Device and Yabi. Insanity. And it gives shades of vertigo, the way that they crawled their way back into that one. After being on the back foot. They decided to play it on hard mode, it seems. Still not favoured by the numbers. I don't know. This is looking pretty good from Astralis.
You're going to hear this flash ring out at ramp. Instead, not going to be taken. They're going to walk all the way back in. This could be a head-on collision at connector.
Yeah, AK's against USPs. It's down. Should? Ooh, okay. It's Yavi that can clean up instead. Only losing one. No worries at all.
If Magno was able to get that flash off, instead he takes the fight onto Bro. So that means the BetBoom just need to swing dry. Only pistols doesn't matter. Zorta's got the AWP. Head-to-head versus device is just so important because BetBoom Sniper has been finding a number of opening kills for this team. This time he starts over at Ticket. Very passive, spam, connects, but only for a moment. And look at how quickly Astralis got space in towards Connector. Nathani's going to be under pressure a little bit.
Yes, the confidence flowing. Thing is, Nathani only has to focus on one angle. Doesn't matter, 1 for 1. Device does fall. Zorte now, he is feeling that pressure. He's going to escape from Ticket. And smoke thrown forward. Gives space for the CTs to work. They don't have jungle, they don't have connector. CT, the only avenue at the moment. Bomb not planted. There is a smoke that can be thrown forward from Sad to give that space. They want to fight it, considering it. Thought maybe there was going to be a flash, but there's none. So it's just contact. Magno, 1 for 1. 2 players incredibly low for the T side. Yabi with 1 HP. Siren should be able to confirm it, and he does. And Bro just as healthy, it feels. Kyron's gonna drop. Bro needs to be careful. And he gets the kill. Sound gets Siren as well. That's another clutch required. And it's down versus Zorte, and it's down once again. It stands tall.
It's ridiculous. These afterplants are working out so well for Astralis. Yeah, low HP, but the way they're setting themselves up is everything. Sure, the bomb didn't get planted for a while on that A bomb site, but look at what happens in the meantime. Bro has all of Connector and the top of stairs. Stown has all of jungle cutting off the rotates. If you need to come through Connector, you're going to have to be loud about it if you're Chiron, which is why Bro's got the jump on him. And if you come through CT, your first warning system, it's Yabi on 1 HP, and then they can set up this crossfire.
Stan ended up at 1 HP as well. That was how it ended. The rounds that Astralis are winning, these 3 in a row, have been ridiculous. But they're about to make it 10-11. This is literally Vertigo all over again. I can't believe this. Stan doing everything he can, going toe for toe with Magno. And he's not quieting down at all. 25 kills.
How is he alive? Like, how is he alive still? Is there a flashbang here for CT? They're gonna send them in? No. Not until I ask for it. Finally, Magno is put down. And now it's Chiron on 4 HP. Snown gets his lurk off. But this is what the desk was highlighting before Map 2 went live. They said Astralis was playing with a lot more team cohesion than BetBoom. And sure, you're getting these crazy clutches. You're getting these 2vx situations. But it is because they are playing together as a team and BetBoom are fighting individually. They are giving Astralis opportunities. This is the clearest showcase of it in this second half.
Well, this has been the thing, right? This has been what's been exciting about Device take on the IGLs. We've got Stan and Yabi in their comfort positions. Everything is clicking. And that's just by nature going to give you that synergy. Cool boost. I don't think Zorte is going to extend further. A lot of players with BetBoom. And a peek onto the angle. Bro offsets Zorte, gets the opener. Chiron's there, but Bro is as well. Delivers the double. Siren still a threat in backside, keeping it even. He's feeling that pressure. Stare even alleviates, taking down The support. Bro with the 3-piece. We're tied up.
And we've got Astralis again, just taking the sting out of the round for BetBoom. They've been going A so much. This time it's a mid to B. But look at the layering on these peaks in towards ladder. It's Bro's wide swing. Offset Zorta. Device is then holding from connector, giving Bro the breather room to focus on his crosshair. And then coming through short in the apartments, they all combine. It's beautiful to watch from Astralis. It really is.
Think they know about Magno, no. It looked for a second like Yabi had heard something, but with the way Down was holding, that was clearly unknown. The good news is, no one's at B. So all Astralis need to do is walk in, and they'll have themselves a map point. Ugh. Don't let it get messy.
Oh, bomb. Come on, over you come. There we go.
They're making their way in.
So BetBoom, they are all here. It might not matter though. Headshots ring out just through every single surface. They're even being diligent in clearing Chiron. Bomb planted. Don't even need to get it done. Siren low HP. And Astralis have turned this round completely.
Yeah, what a map Bro's having. 19 kills. It's down Bro, Yabi, all leading the charge. Nice shot from Device. Gotta say, he's not really been needed to be that big presence in the server with the ult. He's still got it. How Astralis on map and series point?
7 rounds in a row on your T side, playing very calculative CS, being methodical about the way that they're approaching these executes. And having some awesome clutch plays around it. Everything is now going in Astralis' favour. Bar Siren, no one has really been here to help out Magno.
Both maps, BetBoom could have closed.
Oh,
Now
but they
Astralis.
still might force OT here.
Magno, he's right on the other side of the smoke. He's just sitting there. This relies on Bro. How quick is he? Because if Magno gets a double, there's that. Oh, no! Okay, he's able to adjust. And they blow Device out the server.
As Down can't get a kill on the fullback, but look at Stare. He's just walked out A. Nathany considers it. BetBoom are not done yet. Unless it's the duo. Slivering in weight, Yabi and Stown 2 on 5. But with Nathany pushing ramp, if he goes any further, he's going to find the bomb. But they're not aware of Yabi's positioning. He's got one locked in, but Magno covers from jungle. And this one's too difficult.
Yabi looked towards jungle, saw nobody. And as he turns to ticket, that's when Magno steps in. Sounds given us some pretty cool clutches so far. But a 1v4. Time against him. Getting past the first hurdle, can't do it. Nathany elevated, will push us to overtime once again.
Well, that stems the bleeding. That stems the bleeding the 7 rounds in a row. And it's just Magno getting aggressive. He gets the belief from Nathany that he can work wonders in mid, and he does. He just sits in the smoke that Astralis have been playing behind just to get these boosts. Just try and clear middle. Neither team will be eliminated from the tournament. They'll just have to go and play another best of 3 straight after this series. Winner makes playoffs.
And we are waiting to see who will be their opponent. Oh, fast down, Device gets the pick. And there's no trade potential. Offset by the flash. That's one way to get an opener.
Look at Double Palace. This is your difference. You also got Stown under. As soon as one player takes contact, the other are going to swing in tandem. This is going to be a really fast ace split, and no one is looking at connector. Stown's found Nathany. He might get traded out at short. Never mind, he's aware, and he's now seen 2 players. That gives a lot of info over to Astralis, and Stair can step in and save his brothers down.
Yep. Still not done. Really not done. Broken firms, all 5 survive. And as is natural, the team on map point will of course get the first round in OT. So opener again. Oh, he actually dodges that AWP shot.
Well, he wasn't even looking at him to start with. He was playing anti-flash. So he's able just to get in, get out. And then when Zorta's running all the way backwards, they take space with the rifle. It's really clever from Astralis, and that's why Nafany's not ready at all for the connector play.
Up ramp. Device has already passed. Stairs with him. They've just crapped out. Nafany. Oh, the timing.
No.
Who's this gonna favor? It's gonna favor the T's. Because Stair pounces and they had no idea he was that close. Runs down another. He's taking space. However, Zorte's still here, but it might not matter. Oh, it doesn't matter. Dunked by Device. Siren's got nothing to say. Device on the other side. If you go around this corner, you are done for.
That's unlucky. That's really unlucky for Nafany. And because he doesn't even die to the player that is already pushed past Sandwich, BetBoom aren't ready for someone to be that close in jungle. That's devastating. And they've even got the layer in a bro in mid, catching off the rotations. This really has been a game of T-sides, hasn't it?
We're really seeing the depth of Astralis being able to pull back both these games from the brink. And now they have all the advantage. Potential for another flawless OT half. BetBoom have finally taken some initiative and they pushed a ramp. I think it's really one of the first times we've seen it. So they're gonna have information. Need to respond. Now the issue is the bomber's on Device. I don't think Nafany's gonna catch the timing, so Device should get past. He can group up with the team. Nafany will be hot on their heels.
They're still gonna go. Siren drops the util to keep them back. Throw up short, surely accounted for. Yes, he is. Stair will still find the opener, but this doesn't matter because this all is a delay for Nafany. In the back line, Smoke's gonna fade. He grabs the first, and Device won't be able to trade. So an answer back for BetBoom. A necessary round for them to pick up on the CT side. And it all comes from them pushing the extremity. It comes from them just trying to wrestle the game away from Astralis. They're the ones being proactive, taking initiative. That's how they won that overtime round, with Magno pushing mid. This time it comes in with a push in the mid round, but the important thing is that BetBoom are trying to take space. They're not allowing Astralis room to grow into these rounds.
Well, not quite flawless. The 1-round lead. Astralis have not really seen the lead in this map. Outside of the tail end of regulation. CT side was a struggle. The economy, definitely a factor of that. Even the gun rounds were a difficulty. Yabby's fighting forward, spraying through the smoke. Everyone's low. But it's the T's that are coming out ahead. Yabby runs out of bullets.
What?
HE being dropped. He's desperate, needs help, needs to be bailed out. All his teammates have fallen, and he joins them. Look how low everybody is. That HE actually does find a bit of purchase. Stairs building the AWP. This round is bros. They're gonna circumvent him.
He's gonna go under though. I know he's not, he's gonna make the short jump. Fine. So he'll be here with Stair, but you are not prepared whatsoever for Magno in market. Or maybe you are. Stair turns round just as that smoke blooms for BetBoom. That actually hinders them. And suddenly, they're trapped.
Nice smoke. Bro gets the kill. He's moving. That's all Bro. It all has to be Bro, and he can't get it done. Siren just spams him through the edge. It looked like Astralis and maybe outmaneuvered them. Stair getting that kill on the lurk means they only have to focus on the one avenue. And Bro arrives to bail him out, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, I think Bro, where he strafes round, he's just fighting right in the open, and you're allowing just these plays around the smoke to come in. You're inviting the pressure on yourself there. But he needs to go into that bomb site to be a factor and to give Stair a little bit more room. This is fast out of BetBoom now. Scaling up. Look at Chiron. Never mind, he's gone. Device was holding for him all the way over at Ticket Booth.
And mid obviously being from there, and you wonder, with the nade thrown up, is this a bit of a fake out?
They're waiting for mid reactions. They're waiting for aggression elsewhere on the map. This gets weird if Bro doesn't go through middle. Stair has a peek. Doesn't see anyone in ladder. And now Bro goes through television. And on this standstill, you are still going to have players being isolated. Bro going into under maybe? No, he goes apps. But with Nafany scaling up connector, this is actually going to favour Astralis. This lurk is going to pay off.
It's a little bit weird, isn't it? Stair doesn't go for any of these peaks, but he's going to hear that drop, and that's his time to go. It's all onto Nafany. He has the bomb, but Device has his number. And again, we find Astralis on map and series point.
And that was actually a really good freeze from BetBoom, because they were really anticipating that someone was going to extend, whether it's out connector, whether it's in short. But the positioning from Astralis was absolutely everything. They let Bro work. You tuck yourself into the corner if you're Stair, and you hit it for this short drop. A really cool way to play that. And it has earned them that round for Astralis.
Second opportunity to close it. And it's going to be a split, 2 through middle, 3 in Palace. A waterfall out as a distraction comes in towards middle. Bro's got a good position though. He's just taken round by himself. But this could be a misdirection of information. Device, close with the orb, misses his chance. Down, gets one before he's traded. But you've still got Bro. They're considering it, but they can't get past him. And now he can just sit here, be a nuisance, while the rest of Astralis come to support. All the information is here for BetBoom, so they can go for that bomb plant. 3v3. The T's split. Magno still a nuisance in mid.
At least there's a trade, and look, Bro's reset. He's now in Palace. Also aware of it, needs the kill and grabs him. And now Yabi thrown in the 1-on-2, tries to get tricky through the smoke, but Nafany denies. We run it back. We're going again. Double overtime needed on Mirage.
Well, for a moment, Astralis is going to have that with Bro's position with that kill. Magno getting a crucial extra kill. And Zolte just ready for Bro's reposition. He didn't reveal himself at ramp once more. Suspected that play was incoming. 2 on each of their T sides has been enough. The slate is wiped clean.
It's interesting Device's positioning over at default, because it feels like he's over there to maybe help set up Bro or be in close proximity if Bro needs to go for a fight and then escape and you're baiting in the orb. But by him being over at default, it means that if he misses a shot like he did, he's done for. Fast fight in towards mid. We've seen this before out of BetBoom, where they hear all the contact in middle and they just run in towards A. Counter smoke's being dropped, Bro staying alive, but it's Down that's being blown to bits. Everyone is so blinded, and there's not been a single kill that's yet to come in.
Finally, Chiron will find that kill. But Device just sees him. Over the lip with the smoke, Yabi catches Nafany. But keep your eyes on Siren. It might not matter. He's walked through the back lines. Problem is, the bomb is on site. Magno's just falling back. He's just waiting to see what Siren can find. They know they've got him locked in towards Palace. And with nothing revealing itself, Stairs realizing something's going on. There's the information. Brought low, but gets away. And with Siren no longer a secret, it becomes a lot harder for BetBoom to recover. Smoke dropped. A flash over, maybe to support a peek from Magno. They're not giving anything. Not an inch. Finally, a reveal. Almost the spray transfer. Tried to give it a shot, but he's low. And Device puts him in the ground.
That's a really good way to play that, though. If you are BetBoom, even though Siren gets spotted, he's trying to set up and be a distraction piece for Magno to walk out. If he wins that fight onto Bro under Palace with low HP, it's a 2-on-2. It can get interesting because Yabby, whilst he is on this big flank around the world, he's still quite far away. It's just Astralis being aware of every single possibility. It's not just accounting for Siren in their spawn, it's also walking back and dealing with Nathany. There was that underpass player who previously was Magno that gave Astralis so much nuisance and forced this second overtime. Big fight comes out on A, and yet again it's Bro with Magno's number. Put him on speed dial and put him 6 feet deep.
Yeah, those two have had an ongoing back and forth on both maps. But it feels like when it comes to the pressure moments, that's where Bro's stepping up. And Astralis, just as a team, is thriving when we get to these positions. Down brings the secondary up. His Device is in short with his. Misses the shot. Not on the second time asking, no. A swing back and it's to the fall to the stickers down. Oh, he's not done yet. 3 for down. Make it 4.
And maybe he is the best AWP in Denmark. That's the first time we've seen 2 AWPs come out from Astralis. And look at the difference. 2 rounds on the CT side. They want this one over. It's BetBoom fighting forward. Look at how they scale out of A, by the way. It is pure contact. There's no utility behind them. Where are the flashbangs? Where's anything? All you can hear and all you can see is the reverberations around that AWP from A bomb site.
2 CT rounds. It's been the T sides. 2 feels like enough. If Astralis get 3, you can almost call it over. This Device that will get an opportunity and he can't adjust. This is a solo AWP that's hunting. Oh, Stat almost punishes. Maybe he'll find what he was looking for in mid. There's a lot of players that flick down. Anthony almost unaware of the potential for a follow-up. It doesn't matter. Yabby will spam him out. Stare again, pushing the smoke. Gives an opportunity. Gives space. With Sorte low. And him copying the HE. It's Yabby versus the world. The shadow spotted. Magno removes him. This down will slide to short. Bro. Towards window. The flames don't go far enough. Maybe this AWP can find something spotted, but it's all sound. Oh, what a shot! And maybe there's a chance. He knows the position. Siren's gotten close. That smoke is not covering completely. An attempt to jiggle. Doesn't find success, and Siren not spotted. So 1 for BetBoom on the T side.
It's so unnecessary for Stare to push that smoke. There's no need. You're in a 4-on-3. You got the player advantage. Why on earth would you risk something like this? It comes back into our conversation. Parallels directly can be drawn from BetBoom. We're in that 4v2 on Vertigo, and it's Magno that pushes the ladder. How ironic is it that he gets the kill that punishes that exact same mistake? Should have been 3, could have been. Instead, it's 2. From Astralis on that CT side. First to 19, as it says in the middle of the screen. Which way will the pendulum swing?
See Device go for this peek a few times. This time will not be rewarded. Double up once more into Palace. Smoke will keep them at bay. In middle. T-side hunt spread out. Trying to find something anywhere. The BetBoom aren't slipping. And a secondary ult for their own on Chiron, who fires it out. Fight back and forth in the apartments, but Stan will live and fall back.
Stair's got that kill in Palace, and Yabby's here as well. Check out Nafany. Nafany is pushed ramp, and if he keeps going, he's going to find the bomb. All his team need to do is just try and stay alive here. This gets weird. But with Stair falling, that actually is going to bring Nafany all the way back. I don't think you're aware of Yabby's positioning. But Nafany's going to come and clear it out anyway. That bomb's going B. This might not matter. This is all a fake.
Yeah, this is now a bit weird, but they've not needed to budge on B because there's not been the commitment at A. And Nafany will secure that kill. Bro's still in a pretty powerful position. But can you get past Chiron? You're gonna have to. And you do. Whiz down. Under the scope. And he's looking for the long range spray. Can't quite connect it. Siren incredibly low. And Bro's so separated. And they know where he is. But how do you get?
So
how do you
well
deal with
played.
him? He's just gonna sit here. Zorte has to walk forward. The smoke at the moment. It's all buying time. Everyone is focused on Bro, and they get him. It's on the Device. Can find series point once again, but he's not ready for that swing.
Oh, Bro played that so well. He was wasting so much time he never crossed. The timing on that was really interesting because with Nafany confirming the Yabby kill and Chiron then hearing the acceleration at B, it felt like all of BetBoom were going to be in the right place at the right time. But no, instead, Bro bought so much time and it's just not enough. Device not ready for both swings of Market Window and Market Door in conjunction. So we go back to A. Everyone's favourite bomb site.
Double from B early means it's more likely defended, and a missed shot. Give some space to accelerate. Nafany in his usual place, run over by Stair. Magno goes to the smoke to get one back. But they managed to get in. Rotations will slowly arrive. But it's going to be double up if they have to retake. Nice blow on the smoke. Siren is able to get the kill onto Bro. Bomb planted and a player advantage for BetBoom.
They've got flashes, they've got utility. Disruptive onto Yabby forces him into the scope of Chiron. 4 on 2. Zorta was holding, but Device just deals with him. And now a smoke allows these CTs to fan out through. And Device and Stown have got to try and make this one work. It's Device over the top, but this line finds no success. And Stown at the back by the smoke. Gets the first and walks through. Siren aware but not ready. Stown versus Chiron. It's Chiron now with the AK. Stown dodges him, matrixes and plays the time to perfection. Stown does it once more. Another clutch on the A-bomb site. Another 1v3 and another chance for Astralis to close the series in 2.
An insane moment from Stown. That one looked like it was BetBoom's when Siren gets that kill. And they flush out Yabby. It's a 2 on 4. Device walks into the orb. Zorte misses. And that's all they needed. Stown plays that to perfection. Jumping around, avoiding Chiron, killing time and killing him. And it might just have killed BetBoom. Now it's Magno with the orb. They're trying everything out here. Astralis, a third time on series point. A third opportunity to go straight into those playoffs.
And Yabby's found one of the AWPs. And Nafany playing around the smoke gets dealt with. This one's done. This one's over because it's 100 miles an hour until Siren finds 2 kills. And Siren's looking for more. He spots the head top of Bro. But it's his that gets removed. And Magno with that AWP. Have I even ever seen Magno on the AWP? No, but he's quick with it. Gets the M4. is very loud about his approach. This crossfire from Astralis is huge. And they swing together, they lock it in, they take the series 2-0, but push to the limit by BetBoom.
What a series from Astralis. OT on both, double on Mirage. BetBoom had them on the ropes in each map, but it doesn't matter. The star caliber of Astralis, they were all shining, but take a bow down, because that was a phenomenal Mirage.
And if you're BetBoom, you've got to go back and look at your demos and work on your CT sides, because honestly, they were the huge detriment here for them, not only on Vertigo, but also on Mirage. Clutches were really the story of that for Astralis. They just kind of blended in and added into this combination of T-side aggression they were constantly forcing on BetBoom. That was really difficult for them, and it's BetBoom that have now got to play another best of 3. Both MIBR and BetBoom have got to play 3 best of 3s today, which is absolutely insane. As much as that series was too. We need to throw it back to the desk. It's X-Warrior and the Mustache Men.
The two mustachiers, if that's even a thing. I just came up with it. It was very bad. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You can even
There's 3 of us here.
Yeah, but
I
I've
know
got a
Cole
bit of a
barely
beard
has
going. Oh,
one,
never
but-
mind. Yeah, Freddie also has a beard going on. I'm making things up as I go. But yeah, we're here to break what that game was all about. And let's be fair, a big back and forth. It's BetBoom teasing us, naughty all over again, and Charlotte's brute forcing them by the end here, Freddie.
I mean, yeah, Stan's apparently the best player ever. You know, give him an AWP, he holds a bomb site with a 4K. He has, 2 1 versus 3s, and then he also has, 2 other clutches alongside that. Also, why is everyone picking up the AWP? That was Stan I mentioned, Stare was AWPing, and so was Magno. Why all of a sudden does just everybody think they're an AWPer? I guess Stan, apparently he is anyways.
Hey, I mean, it's Mirage, right? So just bring out those ops anywhere you can and just post them up. I think that was a solution to some of those CT sides, whether it worked out well or whether it came crashing and burning. We saw examples of both of that throughout that map. And for me, again, it's another one of those cases here where I think BetBoom just had this map in the palm of their hands. And then, again, just one earth-shattering round completely shakes them up, and that feeling just continues off the back of what was Vertigo as well.
Well, it did seem that it was the CT side that was the way that Astralis were able to handle this game, right? And especially here, Freddie, one of those moments you had a nice liking to was the fact that the post plants were pretty strong from them as well. We've got a clip here that you can break down for us here of that exact fact.
Yeah, it's 8-11, so this was kind of the middle of their comeback, and the round before this highlight started, the bomb was down a ramp. I think Zorte dropped it with the up from distance, and you can see here, you have Stown has complete control of jungle, you have Bro complete control of connector, and the trades, they're in positions where they can come through. And that is, for me, Astralis played this really perfect methodical counter-strike throughout not only this round, but the whole game, and I think it's a perfect exhibition of it. I mean, it gets a little bit messy here, and it does get a little bit scrappy, but you're in a round where I think you 100% should be losing, and this round, what I think it does, it isn't just an isolated event, it's the whole game, where you have BetBoom making these small little mistakes in their post plants, their retakes and whatnot, but then you have Astralis with this really clean, methodical counter-strike where they're playing off each other, and that was the exact same conversation we were having on Vertigo. You've got two teams with the most polarizing way of playing counter-strike coming at each other, and eventually, when we do get into these grueling matches, Astralis can dig down, they can get in the trenches, and they do succeed.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of back that up right there, what we saw as well out of this BetBoom roster, the impressive T-sides that they were still able to, bring to the table in a consistent fashion, kind of maybe overshadowed by those second half CT side performances. Yeah. But again, I came into the series kind of anticipating to see the struggles of a T side here called out by Nafty. I felt like there was a lot more off spawn calls. There was a little bit more cohesion here. So to give BetBoom some credit in this matchup, I saw some really good signs. They were able to break down some of the Astralis CT sides that were very impressive. But again, Astralis answered back so effectively.
I would like to add, though, for me, a big part of that early success was just Magnojez. I said he had to step up, and he does. And I feel like on that T side, he just runs around, he just blows them up, and it's like it's one of those things where like he's owning them. He's so clinical, and I think without his individualism, we may have not seen a lot of that success. And a lot of the rounds won at the early stages of that T side were 2 versus 5, 3 versus 2, with someone getting a multi-kill or a clutch. So it's like you have a good call, but you still see a big reliance and these individuals digging them out of holes.
Well, there were a lot of highlight players coming through from the Astralis side that's completely obliterated in various clutches, right? It was the clutches that kind of made the difference by the end of the day. The casters said it themselves here, Ixna. You know, what were some of the most most prevalent moments you can from that series that you remember the most that made the difference in the end?
I mean, again, I think there was some earth-shattering clutches coming through from Stown. We saw it not only in overtime, if you're thinking recently, but if you scroll all the way down, they had to pull off a big comeback on the T side, and they started off being down. I think it was 5-11, and Stown delivers a 1v3 again. There's 2 1v3s on Mirage, and when that happens to you twice in a single map, it is really hard to recover. And again, you know, credit to BetBoom because they had a couple of those big moments of their own. They had some 2v5s. They were able to capitalize on some discomfort that Astralis were showing in the server. It was nullified so much by a player that stood out so well.
Yeah, and I really do want to give BetBoom some credit. Maybe it comes off that I'm quite critical on them, but I think it's off the basis that they, on both of these maps, in my opinion, probably should have won it. And I think that this, in not even like a crazy different world, I think 6 out of 10 times, they close out these maps. And especially on Vertigo, I thought they had it. Especially there at Mirage, they, as you said, the Stown 1 versus 3, I think the second one was as prevalent because it was the round that denied them. It was the 17-17. If they would have won that one versus the 3 versus 1, it would have been 18-17, and we could have seen them close it out. So I think for BetBoom, it's very difficult, and this is gonna be a hard game to swallow, like a hard pill to swallow, but there is still success they can take out of it. And if they can just refine a bit of that madness, I think they thrive under that madness and that crazy Counter-Strike. If they can refine that, and they're already doing this versus a top 5 team in the world, this is looking not bad for BetBoom.
Well, we do have an interview ready with Yavi as he joins us on the broadcast to give us a little bit more insight of that game. Okay, I can hear myself through the feed, but okay, that's fixed. Thank you very much, production. But hello, Yavi. Welcome to the broadcast. How are you doing, man? Congrats on the win.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing good. It was a close game, but I mean, it felt good to win it.
Awesome. I mean, obviously, Bro has come in fairly recently into the roster to give you guys a little bit more flexibility to play in the roles that you do enjoy yourselves, especially for you, Yabi, as well as Storm. What exactly is that that Bro allows you personally to do here? What makes you feel more comfortable in this environment?
I mean, he took some of my positions I had before, so I'm back in the position I was in Heroic, and the same with Stown, so we are much more comfortable, and he's a player that he doesn't need a lot of support in the rounds because he's just so good at playing his own game, so we have a much more room to work with, I would say, just in every round, so yeah.
Well, also, at the same time, you guys have had a kind of a streak of success, even after the changes, where devices started to calling. How much of that success do you attribute to that call and devices calling style?
I mean, I think he's a really good IGL. He really surprised me in the start when we started practicing, and he was the IGL. So I mean, he's doing a ton of the work, but the play style we're playing, we also need to contribute with the calls and just the information on the map, because he can't know everything. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of a mix, but mostly him.
And at the same time, you guys are now pretty young as an average age, right? The age has kind of dropped with Blame F leaving, Bro joining, and stuff. Is Device kind of seeming like a boomer, but from time to time, from all the age difference?
No, I mean, he's a little child. He's a real child, so He's not too old for us.
As young as the rest of you. As young as the rest of you. Awesome. Nice to hear from you, Yabi. Of course, this is you now making your way into playoffs. You've got an opportunity to play for the trophy. Obviously, you've had some semi-final performances and some big trophies, not quite getting into the final spots that you got really close to achieving. I'm sure your goal is to win here, but how confident are you can get there?
I mean, I think we can win, of course, but it depends on the things we do on the server, because it's online. People are more comfortable. I think some of the teams we are playing are used to play online, and we are not. And I mean, if it was on lane, I think it would be a ton easier. But yeah, I mean, we just need to do the things we have to, and we usually do before the games, and then we hopefully win.
Well, thank you for joining, Yabi, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
That was Yabi, everybody, from Astralis. Some really interesting answers there. Obviously, it's an online tournament. They thrive on LAN. They've got a ton of experience under their belt in tournaments in front of a crowd, when they're face-to-face shouting with their opponents. So, yeah, it's a little bit difficult. And I guess that difficulty was shown with BetBoom here, Freddie.
Oh, yeah, completely. Like, I think it sounds harsh, but I just do not think BetBoom would have had that same level of success if this was on LAN. I think not yet anyways. I think MagnaJez, like, he is a Mirage player, ironic as it is to say, as like maybe a jokey, but statistically it's his best map by quite a bit, and he proved it there. He was insane. And I think on LAN, I'm not sure they would have, BetBoom might have had the same confidence, because you do have like MagnaJez is a little bit inexperienced player. But overall, I think Astralis, they can be happy with the fact they at least were able to hold BetBoom and go 2-0 and top the group.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Astralis have done so well here, even when their first halves were really strong, this team is very much so, in this event at least, been incredibly dominant in second halves here. They've completely shut things down, and all 4 maps that they've played, their second halves have been clean, concise Counter-Strike here, and even when they find themselves down, it feels like they're never out of games, so you can always trust that they're going to give you a run for their money.
Yeah, something else I want to add as well, just from what we heard in the interview, he was saying how bros come in and some of the positions have changed, and I think we mentioned this yesterday, like all the way back 24 hours ago, if you can cast your mind there, but we were mentioning how the roles make sense, and this Astralis roster makes sense, and I think we are seeing that these players are comfortable, everybody has got the correct roles, and this is something that Astralis just have not had for the last couple years. So for Astralis, this team makes sense. You can see that the individuals are all comfortable with what they do. Now it's just about refining that, because there are some of the times that look a little bit lost, especially against a team like BetBoom, who will get up in your face and will not play orthodox Counter-Strike. If they can adjust to that, I think it's going to be perfect, because that's the only times I really saw them get caught off guard in this game.
Well, one of the key players that did get their roles into a more comfortable point, it's Dawn, and he gets the MVP of this series, rightfully so, having a brilliant performance across both maps, but also his clutches, Exner, were sublime.
Yeah, this is back-to-back here for him on Astralis right now, at least for this event, and it's very clearly placed into why, and we'll have a couple of examples for it, as he just dominated in every aspect here, in overtimes, absolutely smoking the server. It doesn't matter which gun he has, this 4K absolutely massive, and of course, you know, these sort of pick-me-up rounds right here, when Astralis, you know, you might be a little bit frustrated that you've gone into another overtime. The fact that he's found these clutches back-to-back, another 1v3 in OT right here, it's just monumental what he was able to do. And again, a key facilitator in getting them to the point where they could actually take it into overtime. When they were down 5-11, he was the one that kept them in good spirit and kept really, I would say, BetBoom away from any chances to close this thing out. They didn't have a single map point on this map.
Yeah, what I also love is his reactions after he gets them. Like, you can see his confidence. He gets that 4K with the AWP, he's just like, yeah, I'm good. I know I'm good. That's what I'm going to say. A terror right now on this team, and this team has just so much firepower.
Well, maybe it's safe to say that Stown slingshot Astralis through those comebacks and into victory as they get themselves the dub and the qualification into playoffs here in CCT Global Finals. One more spot left for grabs here in Group D and in Group Stage in general as BetBoom and MIBR take the stage for a second time today in a few minutes, less than half an hour, I do believe. We'll see. We'll be back after a short break. We'll see you then in just a bit.
The world is changing quickly. Get it up. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Pickens Live. Make your choice. Play Pickens and get your prize.
Get it out. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xbet.
And how long have you been here?
From early morning.
Take notes, kids.
Hey, was that a bite? Will you share?
Hellcase, don't miss your luck.
Pick and live. Make your choice. Play begins and get your prize.
Welcome back to CCT Global Finals. We're in the last match of the group stage, Group D, as well, as we're looking to see the final team qualifying into playoffs. 2 teams remain for that spot, and it's MIBR versus BetBoom. They've played 2 games already today. For MIBR, one of them was... Well, both of them were 3 mappers, and for BetBoom, one of them was 3 mappers, and the other one went to and the other 2 went to multiple overtime. So fatigue has got to be a factor in this, Freddy.
Yeah, I mean, like, we also, just looking maybe outside of this event, they both were playing in the BetBoom Daha event, so there's so much Counter-Strike being played by both these teams. MIBR just coming back from Melbourne. You've got BetBoom coming back from Pro League. Like, these guys are playing an insane amount of Counter-Strike recently, and then on top of that, the 3 games a day. Look, this is going to be, I think, a really, like, slug game. People are just going to be doing crazy things.
Yeah, I think we already got that out of both of these series where we're seeing these crazy plays while we're on the shape up. But hey, why don't we keep it going here and extend it even further? Because like you said, yeah, fatigue is going to be playing a big factor. But I think for both of these teams here, this is the most pressure that this matchups have played today right now. This is going to be, for all the marbles, it's winning, you're into playoffs. So this is where it matters the most right now. And so for both these teams, you kind of have to square that away here and come in your best selves.
Well, again, it is Astralis BetBoom. Astralis BetBoom? No, it's MIBR BetBoom. Brazil versus CIS, and for that reason, it's got a little bit of history around it. And it's not the only time they played today, right? It's the second time. This is, like we said, the 3rd match overall. So what kind of things do we get from that first match they met? Obviously, BetBoom came out on top, but it didn't look clean, Freddy.
Man, that game was carnage. The first map was like, kind of standard BetBoom on their map pick, on Mirage. We've already seen against Astralis kind of what they can do, and especially Magnajez, like what he can contribute. And then they get 13-0 on Vertigo. Like, we know it's not their best map, but then they showed that they pushed Astralis to overtime. So Vertigo carnage, and we're sitting there and we're like, what is happening? Guess what? They go on to Nuke, the 3rd map, and they 13-1, and you've got Kyron running around. He ran like 21-7. So, honestly, that game, I feel like neither team want to remember that series. But MIBR, they really got to clean up. If they 13-0 and drop the ball that much, that is just really poor.
Yeah, I mean, this MIBR roster, I think, building in that confidence with that Vertigo victory but it could be just one of those things here where I think you've got BetBoom in a tough spot and just couldn't find their footing, because again, BetBoom showed some really good fight versus Astralis in that last Vertigo game. But here, again, you know, talking about this roster and what they're bringing to the table here, they are leading in to be like one of the most exciting South American teams right now that wasn't even at the majors, right? I mean, again, when we talked about like the rise of that region and how well that they kicked off 2024 with so many teams making like extra spots in the region for the like America side of things at the majors, and then now MIBR has come off of that break looking to be one of the more impressive teams somehow.
Yeah, it's kind of mad to me, the fact that there's been such a big up and down with the Brazilian teams. Which one looks to be on top? Which one looks to take the throne since all the rookies have now joined in? Do you think, Freddie, actually MIBR is here for the crown?
I think so. I think when I look at this MIBR roster, I think they could be the best team in Brazil. Legacy had, in the legacy of Brazil, not the team, but the legacy of them, you had Furia, and you also had Imperial as maybe these two big rosters. Now, you've got Pain and MIBR, and I think Pain being knocked out in the group stage here, sure, you know, there's the asterisks over their names with Snow making his European debut and the roles maybe not being fitted, but MIBR, if they can make playoffs, that's just going one step further to distinguish themselves aside from the rest of those other Brazilian teams.
Yeah, I 100% agree. That's what they're kind of playing for right now, is to move ahead in that pack right there and try and pass some of these teams that have been bringing in more consistency, because I do feel like it's up in the air. You know, again, a lot of teams going through changes right now, a lot of teams trying to find their footing in South America with the chops that we've seen. So there's no guarantee who is kind of playing the best. And right now, if you're talking about proof of concept, like you said, the win in Melbourne for MIBR is showing that this roster is something to be excited about.
Well, MIBR to do that, they're going to have to get through BetBoom first, which we have just seen take place against Astralis. They took them to overtime on each of the maps, right? And on every game, they had a solid start on the T side.
I mean, like, here comes the boom. They were doing so well against Astralis, and I think that could have been a 2-0. That sounds kind of crazy to think about it, but in both of those maps, I genuinely had BetBoom to be winning towards the end, consistent. But it's just, they, as you said, like, they had great starts, and then they always were allowing Astralis to enter on into the map, but if Magnachez can step up like he did on that second map, and if Chiron can play against MIBR like he previously did, and like he's done in this tournament so far in general, I think BetBoom need to be able to mentally reset, no more death smashing from Nathany, and they're going to be right into this.
Yeah, the frustration that was felt in that last series is definitely going to be lingering into this one, but again, you have a little bit of time to refresh yourself here and stabilize, and this is already a matchup that you've been proven to yourself that you can close out in the past just a little bit ago, so that confidence should be still felt by BetBoom. But like you said, again, when that breakdown happens, it feels like there's no one on this roster that can get them back and get their heads right, because that slows down the calling, it slows down the T side that we were highlighting was so effective versus Astralis.
Well, both of you mentioned that fatigue will be in play, and therefore carnage is possible, and therefore clutches will be required. Now, for BetBoom, I feel like there's one person that can come up with a ton of clutches, and that's Magnachez, right? You've definitely got to look out for him in this game.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, that last map against Astralis, you even saw his confidence brimming when they were about to lose in regulation. 11-12. They were 11-5 up, and in the final round of regulation, he pushes top mid. He just goes and kills 2. And it's like, okay, we're going to overtime, I guess, then. And throughout the majority of Mirage, he was the one player to keep on pushing them forward. On Vertigo against Astralis, he really struggled. And I don't think he played to his potential. He has been playing to his potential in this tournament, even though I feel like he's been surprisingly consistent on this team. Now, he needs to be able to mentally reset, or just continue what he was doing. There's no need to reset. Just continue what you were doing, and show MIBR who's boss.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, especially like you said, the difference between him on Vertigo and Mirage comes down to that bomb site that he's playing on CD side sometimes can be very difficult. The B side of Vertigo is not fun. Some players have a specialty for it, but when you're that mechanically skilled, there's always question marks about where you want to put your one of your best riflers, if not your. I mean, I feel like right now, BetBoom the best rifler. So you know, do you want to pluck him on the B side of Vertigo and have him kind of play to his own devices, or do you want to give him a more of an active role? It's the big question mark here, and I think again, you know, BetBoom kind of have to figure that out fast because he is underperforming a little bit right now on that map in particular.
Sure thing. That's what we're looking forward to. But for this matchup in particular, let's go ahead and have a look what maps these teams will be playing on. Will we have the repeat of Mirage, Vertigo, and Nuke, do you reckon?
I mean, surely, right? Like, maybe at a minimum Vertigo. Like, if I'm MIBR, there's no way you're not picking into Vertigo. There probably is a little bit of scare because BetBoom, look, they did very well against Astralis. So there must be just some sort of playstyle that maybe MIBR weren't getting caught off by those mad aggression up ramp, and that's why BetBoom didn't succeed versus them or just couldn't get the ball rolling. Nuke, I could imagine BetBoom just pick into it, right? Because it makes sense. You won 13-1. It's a staple map for you. You broke the map streak of MIBR. But even just fall back on Mirage. You've already won it once today, and you took Astralis to double overtime. They have a lot of sections to go to. So yeah, Vertigo, MIBR, anticipated. I think there was no chance we weren't going to see them pick into Vertigo. Now that is a surprise. Ancient for BetBoom, they're not going to go to Mirage, but they're going to choose to go to a map that MIBR do have a 5-map loss streak on.
The difference here is it might be our first ban Mirage, right? So there's no option to pick into that.
Wait,
so
what? Yeah.
You're going to see that removed out of the gates is a little bit of a difference there. Last time MIBR were first banning into Ancient, so
yeah.
Changing it up a little bit in the veto department here for MIBR, and I think that is probably the best possible move you could have asked for out of them. Just get rid of that map that does feel very strong right now for BetBoom on, and lean in to a map that you're more comfortable in, and also you have head-to-head success up against the squad against.
Yeah, there's a really... Yeah, so, like, MIBR have been... Their insta-bans have been going everywhere. They insta-ban Dust 2 versus Big, because they didn't want to play that, and you can see they take that away because they know BetBoom player, and they did look alright on it. Goes to Ancient, and I actually thought MIBR were going to win Ancient versus Big, and then they kind of fluffed it going into overtime. They lost 2 rounds in a row in regulation. It goes to overtime, and then Big had their number. But I don't think it was that much of a defiant win. So MIBR, sure, it's a loss and it's a blemish adding to the 5 in a row, but it wasn't the worst of losses to have. But that is a interesting veto where they know Ancient's going to be picked, and they've had the time to prepare that as well.
Well, we've seen the battle of the orbs being a big aspect to this head-to-head, right? And Safe, even though he didn't perform in the first matchup with BetBoom, he did come alive versus Big. So I'm thinking here, Exner, is he back? Is he going to be able to do what he couldn't last time around?
I mean, every time I think that Safe is kind of getting shut down here, he's having less impact, he always is able to give us a couple of things that make me remember and kind of inspire me of a Safe of the olden days when he was playing in a CS. But I do think the consistency factor, it's just not as much of a necessity sometimes for my BR. Like, of course, it's nice to have that big Safe performance, but you do have a lot of great riflers on this squad that can deliver. So what you're looking for more is just a little bit of initiative, maybe some more setup out of Safe here. But again, I don't think he's always right now the big win condition here. But again, when he plays good, I think it makes MIBR just all the more threatening.
Yeah, and it's kind of what we saw against Big, right? Like, I think he was truly alongside, like someone such as Insani. I think they were the kind of the big reasons of why MIBR were able to win. And for Zorte, you know, like, I think there's been a big conversation around him in general that we haven't seen him hit those levels of performance he did on Forza. And it's not like he's gone up a level, because I think Forza was still that, like, top 30, top 20 team. So he's kind of still in that exact same element where he was previously, and he hasn't given me too much to be excited about. We're not seeing those star moments like I did watch him on Forza. So I think he's someone that, not even in this game, but just in general, I'd love to see more from Zorte, because I know he can hit that potential. I've seen him do it before, and I think the Orpers, whoever steps up here, could be the main defying factor.
Well, I've got one question here. If you were either of MIBR or BetBoom, who would you prefer to beat and why? Given the fact that MIBR were able to play 2 games back-to-back earlier and now had a longer rest, or BetBoom, who played against Astralis and maybe a little bit warmer, but also could burn out quicker given that they've got 2 best-of-3s back-to-back. Starting with you, Freddie, who would you rather to be in this situation?
I've already just mentioned this, but MIBR know BetBoom are picking Ancients. They've had, 3 hours to get food, prepare for that. They know exactly what they're doing with the veto. They've ran this veto. BetBoom potentially have played it into their hands. I think MIBR take this.
I couldn't agree more right there. That sort of time to prepare here, and again, kind of that small adjustment in the veto there, getting rid of Mirage and leaning on that ancient map here. I think it's the right decision from MIBR in the long run here, and yeah, I think they might be in a better spot. But I do think that BetBoom, what they delivered in that last series was definitely worth noting to kind of build some confidence that they can still overcome, what is a pretty difficult situation.
Yeah, and like we kind of memed about it, and tongue-in-cheek that MagnaJez was a Mirage player. Statistically, he unironically is. Like, it is his best map, and he showed it there. So not only have MIBR removed one of BetBoom's best map, but our player to watch is going on to Vertigo. Cole, you've already spoken about how he plays Bianca, and he also was struggling to find those opening picks on the B lurk on the T side. I think this is a massive nerf to MagnaJez specifically for MIBR.
Well, without further ado and speculation, it's time to jump into the server and get to witness some carnage, to say the least. Take it away, B-Dog and Lucy.
Right, an exciting rematch to close out the evening. And it's interesting, we talk about the veto. MIBR are one of those teams that's benefited significantly with the change to the map pool, right? Overpass out. Don't need to worry about the perma anymore. They have a lot of freedom, and I love that they chose to ban Mirage here and take it to Ancient instead. Allow that open for BetBoom to pick, because now they can play 3 maps that they love.
Yeah, exactly that. And you kind of take a look just at previous results, excluding the one today, when these 2 teams have played against each other. It's typically been MIBR always coming out on top, and you think about the amount of sort of stress that was just being put and exerted in by BetBoom in that Astralis game. It goes 3 overtimes over 2 different maps. You take a look at this and I wonder kind of what's the burnout going to be for BetBoom, or kind of what is the mental exhaustion point going to be for these teams, because there were mistakes creeping in from BetBoom in both of those maps against Astralis. And for MIBR, this is the perfect time to strike. This is the perfect time to play BetBoom and get your rematch.
Lisa BetBoom, they're starting on this T side, which is where they looked really good against Astralis. This CT side where the struggles crept in, particularly as it has highlighted when it came to that B side and Magno. Now going to see mid being the main objective for BetBoom in this pistol. A smoke on the safe's position. He has a decision to make. Fight ahead of it. He does want to. Peeks out, gets info, doesn't get the kill, but stays alive. And now aggression. Tilo stairs. Drop spotting, drops looking for the kills, but it's Insani. He gets the first, drop with the follow-up. Insani's still alive, but he's losing teammates. And they're planning safe. This fight's everything. Exit needed to win that. Nafani with the 3k, and it's left to Insani.
And can he live up to his namesake? They already know where he is. You can already see double layering over at generators. You got Nafani deep in mid. He's going to set up a flashbang as soon as contact comes in. There it is. It's only just playing around the white box. Needs to just get 1 kill and can't. BetBoom have played it perfectly. And they've already got more rounds than they did against MIBR earlier today. Huge pistol, very simple in design. The smoke goes in towards elevator. It completely pushes your player in towards middle. It gets blinded by the flashbang. Up and over into B. And whilst it does look like it could get a little bit scary, with Insani finding the 2 kills, getting rid of half the element of BetBoom over towards the B stairs, it doesn't matter because of Nafani's push in towards CT spawn, cutting off all these rotations.
Yeah, and Drop also not able to convert at long range. The dual red is. MMBR will force 4 MP9s. Anyone ever heard of head armor? Not the majority of MIBR, that's for sure. And that's gonna be scary. Galils, Mac 10s. This is the worst nightmare if you don't have head armor. It might not matter if MIBR find the kill with a sound cue. A sound cue, a pre-fire, can't connect. There's that head armor. Exit will get one back, safe swings for one of his own. So an advantage for MIBR, but it comes at a cost of health.
And BetBoom on Vertigo previously on that T side against Astralis, they're really good at just slowing down this game. Freezing in place, boost up. Would have been heard on the dismount. And that means that Magna can just walk up ramp for free. There's 2 kills of his own. Putting it back just actually into a 1-on-3. So even this momentary pause, not presenting yourself to the boost. Magno hugging the wall close. Will hear the audio on the dismount. Will completely capitalize on MIBR. And their force bite finds very limited success.
Yeah, they had no idea that there was a player that had got that close. The timing in that boost couldn't have been worse. Started okay. Getting a couple of kills, but without the health, it's easy enough for the Mac 10 to clean up. Keeping these 3 gorillas alive will also be great for BetBoom. Drop the only one that will survive with an MP9, so that's all you'll be taking into the next round.
It's interesting that people are talking about players to watch out for. I mean, the desk highlighted Magno, and they spoke a little bit about Safe, who arrived against Big earlier today, eliminated them from the tournament, but historically, in this head-to-head, you actually look at Drop. Drop has provided really high ratings for MIBR, especially against BetBoom. And he went notably absent in this first game of the day. So I'm actually keeping my eye on him for the majority of this series to see what he can pull out. Not a lot to really pull out the hat in this round, though. Triple boost already noted, and Nafferty already claims another one. Start off the game brilliantly. Molly goes forward, gonna push them straight into Chiron's domain. And the saved MP9. Well, I doubt it's gonna find a thing.
And nice and easy from BetBoom. Straight in they go. Knowing that the most MIBR will have is maybe some pistols. So no need to take it slow. Perfect start to their T side.
It'd be interesting to see the response from MIBR, where they start to show aggression. How they fight and hold ramp control here in these gun rounds. The thing is, Drop's just going to try and grab an exit, which he will. But he's going to blow up. The thing is with this is, you don't... If you're MIBR, it's actually a real risk to kind of play 1-for-1 exactly how you did earlier today. Because even though it worked, and it worked in a very dominating fashion, BetBoom now know what to expect. So it's all about the variation. It's all about just making sure that you are obviously following in the same suit, but you're just slightly layering and disguising things a little bit more. That's what Astralis did really well against BetBoom. That's what helped them build the resurgence on that T side. It'll be interesting to see what MIBR decide to do. No AWP notably for Safe, but all the rifles are in full force.
Yeah, it's Insani that's the guy to watch. I'm excited to watch him and Magno go toe-to-toe. Whoop sounds out, so Drop gets an understanding. There's a couple of players here and just the spam. Magno meets his maker. B-site, his eternal enemy. An advantage for MIBR.
And now if you're MIBR, you don't need to force the issue. You've got the player advantage. You just need to make sure that you are defending what you own and what you have. And immediately be able to rotate and adjust in time. That's why Insani's walked over towards B to help out Drop. You still got Safe cordoning off middle. If you push too deep, you can go into that AWP. So you've got to be a little bit careful. But with BetBoom making noise over at A, this double gap setup becomes a little bit more potent.
All the bodies here needed. Daphne tries to catch timing on the jiggle. A little tickle on the toes. Time's running out. 30 seconds. A reposition, but a nice extra molly. But this isn't the commitment. Renzo will find the kill onto Nafany, but they're going back to B. 20 seconds. Drop needs support. He is solo. Stayed present, but he's alone. The flashbangs are perfect. This last second rotation looking good for a moment, but Insani gets the critical kill. He gets 2. It looked like BetBoom had found the space. They found the entry, but they couldn't get past Insani.
They couldn't scale in time. And that's your benefit. We talked about Insani after getting the kill with Drop. The fact he remains on B. All these defenders from MIB are in such close proximity. And that is in tandem as to why Drop's on this weird little off angle right in the middle of the bomb site. Playing behind double. Overwhelmed, but who's here in support? It's Insani and then you got Safe. Different elements, different elevations. Completely locking BetBoom off. I'll be honest, the most important kill in that round is Brendan at Sandbags. And now a flash forward. But it's Chiron that comes out on top.
Nafany's not slowing down. All the way in, but on the other side, yeah, good luck. Thought there was the timing? No, sir.
There is one in mid.
2 players advancing together. And a massive gap. The CT's in force at A. Drop's going to be under pressure, but again, they've found this kill. They can start to rotate, but Drop has fallen. And that's the B side completely BetBoom's.
It's actually important they don't overstay their welcome here, though. Magno waits for the blow on the smoke, but just gets spammed out of it. Siren looks to step in his place, over his shadow, spots the advantage on 1, and then the swing comes in from CT. At least that bomb is now planted, but a lot of utility here from MIBR.
Siren swings, but it's all Siren, and it's a beautiful song. 3 for him. The only one remaining had to get all of those kills in quick succession, and he knocks them down one by one. MIBR put to sleep by Siren.
That's just immediate. And that is just Siren winning out his individual gunfights and standing his ground. Beautiful. And that's even with the additional information. BetBoom knew that MIBR were pretty one-dimensional on that retake, coming in from CT spawn. They immediately reply. There's no rounds to be gained in succession for this CT side at the moment. And they're on their last legs when it comes to the economy. Boost up Nafany, who's been getting up to all sorts of shenanigans in towards Gap. This time staved away by the utility.
He walked in and didn't like what he found last time. Spruce is finding nothing. With 2 players at B, they can afford to keep this in place. See, Safe is momentarily checking if anyone's approached. A drop will go support. And they're going to disassemble the boost. No, they are going to stick to it. Finally rewarded. Oh, they're going fast. CT smoke into Gap is going to slow them down for a moment. Good damage with the utility. Chiron's flashed forward, but he sees nothing. Wants to give it another go at it. Trying to find a way into this site. The CTs, they're not letting go. Still this player in short. Chiron tries to alleviate, gets 1. Safe traded. But the numbers are here and Insani just steps in. It's all onto Magno. He doesn't have the health. And surely, now that gun's been picked up, they know he's out of that. Insani can try and secure it. Oh, it's a little messy. Magno will just scamper away.
You don't need to hunt him and they won't. They haven't got the money to do it. But nice from MIBR. And by keeping Insani actually initially over in towards middle, they guarantee there's not going to be a lurk. Drop still remains on B just in case. And there's been no pressure anywhere else on this map outside of the A ramp. Boost was held for such a long time. You can see Exit gets the kill at the minute mark. And just instantaneous trades. And this has been the feature piece of MIBR and their entire CT side. Where you think you've dealt with all the players on site, there's another one just lying in wait. BetBoom have done a really good job at being able just to neutralize them, but not this time.
Oh, exit. He's singed. That's going to be a hint. Surely, but no spam. So allow him to stay in place. But all eyes are going to be on his position. He knows he has to slip out of there. Waterfall smoke. He's going to land. Nafany has scaled slightly. Oh, spotted! And it is a 1-for-1. But there's Brenton. Getting the trade back. It's fast in response. Nafany again caught by Insani. And as he turns for the flash, Kyron does not. Puts into the 2-on-2. Bomb planted. Safe and drop arrive at the scene.
This is hard with an AWP. But at least he's got the utility. He can maybe set up drop. There's a smoke that can go forward on towards the bomb. But Kyron's just facing. Not shy. Molly actually lands on default just to guarantee that no one is on the bomb site. Creep out and drop. Finds the head of Kyron. Now it is onto Siren. Just playing these headshot angles. Was able to clutch before. And maybe needed again. Nade lands flush on him. 20 HP. And over the top goes drop just to guarantee that defuse. MIBR have done it. They've won consecutive rounds in a row. And now they break the economy of BetBoom.
And how nice is the way they play that retake. You've got the AWP. So you're already kind of at a disadvantage in that position. But with the utility, they make sure no one is close default, which is a common spot, particularly in a 2v2, where you can dart around it and you're not at threat of being overwhelmed. So as soon as they confirm that's not the play, Drop can just slowly creep forward. Clear short. Safe sticks on the bomb. He's got the AWP, so he's no good anyway. Then Drop just gets up high to find that final kill.
Run boost. Oh, they gave it a go. But didn't work out. Instead, progression in middle. But you got to get past the AWPer on the line. And dropping Insani. They've got to be on lock. It's be quite a difficult one for BetBoom. Especially with no flashbangs to deny safe. So it'd have to be a wide swing for one of these mid players just to completely circumnavigate his crosshair. Boost up for the Galil. Sees nothing. That's not the setup that MIBR are playing in mid.
He might be able to catch Safe. You think Safe can get around the corner before taking too much damage? Yeah, there it is. And when things go exactly how you think. But off that contact, off that smoke, they're gonna go. Drop's fallen. They've found a way in, but Insani still lies in wait. Safe hits his shot. They do manage to scale into the bomb site, but it's a temporary relief. Magno knows he needs to fight forward. He needs to be the one, but it's only good for the one. Insani just puts bullets in the face of Nafany. Drive by. MIBR will tie things up.
Yeah, but fair play to BetBoom, because even in a round like this, where it feels like, look, you got two players on the B bomb site for MIBR, you got the AWP in towards middle, you force the AWP off the angle, you then break the contact and the tether that Insani and Drop had on that B bomb site, because Insani's so worried about middle, you create space. You're able to get the bomb down. And sure, you got a Galil in the mix, but that was just pistols. So your primary objective on that round is done. You can't translate it into any further success, but at least you've now got a couple of extra bucks to fill out your toolkit with all of this utility.
You're not seeing the AWP though. Thought he went the hero Galil last round, so overinvested slightly, which means it's a rifle for him. Safe continues to do his thing without a contest. Give Drop another test. He doesn't have Insani close. You think with the util, Insani will come to support, because Safe can cover off mid by himself. A boost up. Aware of it, but Nafany gets the best of him. So now it will have to be Insani stepping in. HE does good damage. Nafany runs to another smoke. Finds his death at the back of it. And Insani is spotting one out. A quad wins that one too. You're just giving him opportunities and he will happily take it. Magno fights forward, but of course Insani lines in wait. Who else wants to step up and try? Eventually Kyron puts him down, but it costs Siren almost all his health. And Kyron falls. Insani holding strong onto B.
Yeah, well done. Again from MIBR, just to completely relinquish control of the B bomb site from BetBoom. Because they get the kill and the scaling is immediate. But it's disjointed from BetBoom. There's no flashbangs, for example, setting up these plays, pushing close to the smoke. It's all individual, it's all one by one, it's the classic narrative that we've been painting all afternoon. No, forget that, all day from BetBoom. Drop it Insani are now more wise to it. And Insani is loving life on B.
Yeah, where BetBoom were finding so much success against Bro, I think they feel kind of emboldened about taking this space at B. But MIBR very quickly double layering this site. And yeah, you might find drop. We still got Insani. And meanwhile, all the information, all 3 Ts are here, so Benzin can lock in behind. Alright, Kyron, you're up to the chopping block next. Good swing to get the kill. 2 on 3. Certainly has its chances. Exit goes into ladder. And I know Kyron's on 8. The issue is the bomb is not with him. And I think the position of exit... Oh! Bomb's going middle. They've eluded each other. This now gets weird. But Zorte has a free path.
He doesn't, and he shouldn't go over to B. They're not. So this is good, but if you've cleared middle here, if you're Zorta, surely you know and understand that potentially...
They're going back
flanked,
to
they're
B.
going back. Insani's not going to be aware of this, though, surely. No, he is! He adjusts in time. 10 seconds! BetBoom overcook things! And MIBR have been given a gift.
I mean, on some level, okay, you've not found anyone mid. No one's on the A-bomb site. The only places they can be are B and the flank. And because of this walk through middle, because they didn't see anyone pushing aggressive stairs when they left it not that long ago, they think that the space is back on B, that the flank has been in play. But Insani never budged, never moved, and he's rewarded.
Even if you think there might be a flank, you don't know how fast it is. Maybe you just plant for CT, especially if it's also just taking all the space for elevator. And Kyron finding a kill. So many different ways to play that. BetBoom choose the one that's wrong. And the one that punishes them in the most cruel and painful of ways. Finally, we will see this AWP from Zorta.
Yeah, actually, they've somehow, despite the lack of bombs land and losing the round, still have it.
The idea is for Violet and Azan just spam enough to keep exit eluded. And that has happened, at least for 1 kill. Another swing comes in from Gap and Ramp. And it's safe onto Zorta, and it's safe onto everyone. A 4 on 2. And whilst we've seen BetBoom win these before, this map has not really gone in the same vein.
1v3 required for Magno Jazz, and Drop is already down B. There is a little timing here, though, where he is going to walk up B. So actually, Drop's overstepped his mark. He's missed the timing, and the bomb will be planted B. There's no way to stop this, even if he uses every second to clear the site, which you imagine he'll be thorough. Safe's gonna head over, but he's not gonna arrive in time. The bomb will go down. What can Magno do? Smoke forward. Bit of space to work with. The Drop will be on that flank. And Zan will be joining him, so... Safe on Guardian. Half HP on Magno Jazz. Had a quiet vertigo earlier. Needs this round for them. That's the first. But he didn't spot the second player. And just a distraction from Safe. Now he reveals himself, and there's that first kill. A 1v1. Magno can't connect. Played it all right till the final shot. With the kit in hand, the defuse will come through.
Nice try. Really like the idea there for Magno. To push for his own smoke, he's got to be disruptive, he's got to try and get these kills. He sees the flashbang come over from safe as well. Trying to set up the players on the flank. And as soon as he has that entanglement with safe over towards CT, that's also when BRN fires off his gun. So close. And that missed timing in T-spawn could have been everything, but it's not to be. They still get out with a loss bonus, full AKs, but Safe has found Magno immediately, and this is just carnage. This is brutality on A ramp. MIBR are winning out every single one of these gunfights, and even if they don't, there's a trade that's immediate.
Yeah, that one just feels like BetBoom just trying to run into a wall and knock it over. End up breaking their nose, leave bruised and battered. Siren in a 1v4. Magno gave a good try at the 1v3, but you don't like his odds here. Siren will have to get past the AWP. And drop is available to swing if needed from Guardian. Layering perfect for MIBR. 8 rounds. Yeah, now you know. Now you know. Safe to confirm an 8-4 half. And that was with BetBoom being 4-1 up at the start.
Yeah, but that's Insani going 18-7. So that's an immediate rebuttal. Magno Jez who? They've got Brazilian Insani. And I was going to comment about, oh, how this is like pretty even. Like everyone from MOBR, it feels like they're stepping up with really important rounds. We've seen drop in these retakes, but it's really Insani with these multi-kills.
Yeah, he's insane, obviously. But like, I was in Melbourne for Easter Time to Melbourne, and he was the MVP. 1.51 rating across 9 maps. That's average. Like, just full sicko mode. The form he's in currently, it's even better than last year's. It's made MIBR a force to be reckoned with. Magno might need to reckon with the whole squad. A peek. Guess who it is? It's Insani. 2 kills to enter into B, but CT's arrived quickly. Siren's got the dualies up close. Kyron's take first contact, but time's trickled, so I'm surely expecting some rotations. Good flash. There's a counter one. Siren eventually does connect, and he gets 2. How many more can he find? 3 is enough. Not quite. Nafany needs to get both. Now they've spotted him. Swinging as a unit. They force him back. He comes round the side, and it's a fake plant. Exit hits the shot, and MIBR get the pistol.
Yeah, nice try, BetBoom, though, because again, they've got everyone in the right place at the right time. Cool idea from MIBR as well. A small little micro thing is they actually threw a decoy into the corner over at Danger, and has to give a little audio cue on Magno in case it hits him. Instead, it doesn't, but it still entices the peek. So even something simple as $50 can maybe guarantee you that opening kill. Doesn't come back to matter, but it's still really cool to see. And Siren, despite his best efforts, is the only one that can actually find success from the entirety of BetBoom on that B-bomb site. CT sides and BetBoom. Currently, name a less iconic duo.
They really have been the bane of their existence. At least in these 2 series. At least you can say it's been a better showing than earlier against MIBR and Vertigo.
Yeah, that's
infinitely
true.
more so.
It saves only on dualies because he wants the AWP as soon as possible. So he's saving some extra cash. MIBR just going to execute on towards A. Currently empty. Bar Nafany, but he's an elevator playing retake. I suppose you can retake, but with no utility, you're just going to have to swarm the site and hope You can deal some damage, but there's Safe in the back line with the dual Berettas. He does his best Siren impression and finds 2 kills immediately. And the recovered gun was a pair of dualies.
Yeah. I get he wants the kills, but now he doesn't have armor, so... It actually makes the AWP a little bit more costly. Not a big deal. But... Suppose you don't want to lose the rifles either. As you mentioned, only dualies picked up. I'll try and throw some bodies at the problem. They just hit the floor. It's only losing the one against the eco.
Yeah, when BetBoom started off this map red hot, I was really excited. So I was thinking, oh wow, okay, they're going to bring a different show in here on Vertigo, and then MIBR have just built into it. It was the double layering in a lot of these bomb sites, just making sure that every kill was basically guaranteed by a trade. Having Safe be a lot more proactive in towards middle and B as well was really interesting to watch, because even though he sometimes wasn't needed because Insani was just killing everyone, at least there was sort of a backup plan in place. Oh.
Check out mid.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Very open.
Hugely open. Magno's got support on B, and I think this is a direct response to the issues faced earlier. But it's left this big gap. Oh, the timing! Insane, he had a look. At least the trade is there, but now this mid plate, it loses all of its luster. Exit will stay alive and present. So it's a threat, and it draws attention over. But you've still got 2 players on B.
Yeah, this is interesting. MIBR, they might just fall silent a little bit. They get drop on this angle to quickly scale. There's the meta molly that can be thrown that lands to cover both the double box and exactly where Magno is standing, but instead drop just goes up and over on contact. Magno finds the first kill, 40 seconds left. They need to get moving here, MIBR, but BetBoom are in the right place this time.
Lucky to be alive is Magno, Siren less so. But support arrives. They have to commit through. So 2 players here though. Magno's slipping in towards quad. There's no way to flush him out. The molly goes to default. So we'll force Chiron back. Surely they're considering this position. But he's able to swing on the timing. And it leaves it to Brenton, who can't convert the first. So BetBoom, they deal with that mid-aggression off the timing. And then have all the pieces in place to deal with B.
It's on the timing, but it's also a decision that gets made by MIBR. Do you want to just go up and over in towards middle? Because if you backstab B through construction, you're going to guarantee the kills, and that round plays out differently. But instead going in towards CT, you're going into a deep line that Zorta's holding. And that gives complete leverage. And then by falling silent, whilst that's okay for the next couple of seconds, it's drop that goes early. And Magno's able just to grab that kill. So it's a little bit counterintuitive from MIBR. Karen's now found the opener. Back to mid they go. And yet again, it is a vulnerability here.
This is perfect for Magno. Easy pee. Ooh, okay, not so easy. But it's okay. Zorda's let's in. Drop might have B. Doesn't have the bomb. So, should be caught at any moment by one of these players, and if not, a swing can come through. Okay, actually, that's misleading. The drop gets the first, kind of just. There's that swing from Siren.
They're building into things here. 10-6, no money, no bomb plants in the last couple of rounds for MIBR. So BetBoom, their reward for their hard work. We're dealing with this mid-aggression not once, but 2 rounds in a row. It just means that they get to close the gap a little bit more. I think MIBR, once we get the rifles back out from them, we're going to see a lot more of a default. We kind of get to test the limits when it comes to this ramp control. Because that is something they've not been prioritizing whatsoever. It's been very much centered over towards B. They've been able to get up towards mid in a number of rounds, and it's that conditioning being set that might leave A a little bit worse to wear in the future gun rounds.
Killing some time, drawing out some util. All part of the game plan. And a quick burst onto ramp. And molly drops. Do you want to progress past it? It's gonna cost you. Burnt alive. Nafni gets some target practice. Okay, Nafni's just gonna duck and hide. And his team mop up. And they avoid any casualties, even if a couple come close.
Yeah, perfect. That's the freebie. Now we look ahead to this. Safe could have gone glass cannon, he doesn't. Instead he buys AK armor with utility. Makes a lot more sense. See again, maybe how close this comes, and a drop barbecue. And also by pushing into A ramp, you kind of get an understanding, MIBR, of how they're actually playing it. Who's positioned where, who's ready to account for what. They're being very loud about their approach here this time. And already a tag on Nafani.
Save and Brendan gets stereo fragged off those peaks. BetBoom looked like they actually had a good timing on that swing. There were players exposed in the firing line. But instead, the CTs meet their demise. It's always going to keep present, though, and him being here is, in BetBoom's mind anyway, telling them that's not A. So this pause has been incredibly misleading.
Yeah, this is the same drop, the smoke that BetBoom drop when they're feeling B pressure. It's so they can just play around, and it also disrupts the generator smoke for MIBR. It makes them think that it's theirs, and they can just creep around these smokes. They've completely left this A bomb site. And if you push into mid, when Sani's been here the entire time anyway, MIBR aren't going to believe their luck in the next few seconds when they walk up A and realise that no one's home.
It doesn't get much easier. Thank you very much. They'll walk in. BetBoom surely just going to set up to save. Despite the money, it's still a long sequence of rounds they need to bring together to come back into this game. So that's an 11th, as easy as you like it for MIBR. Get 2 instant kills. Pause for a moment. Walk in. Collect the round victory. Saves having a hunt, but it's actually probably more costly for them to hunt than really it matters for BetBoom to lose these guns.
Yeah.
Obviously, they don't have the numbers in front of them, but they know what their money looks like.
Magno's found the burst, they line up as well. Okay, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, you're going to be walking wounded into this round if you're MIBR. So sure, you've won it, but it comes at a very big cost. It almost feels like a little bit unnecessary.
At them, but certainly could have repercussions.
Oh, Magno, perfectly timed HE. Huge damage. And now calls over Siren. Meanwhile for Chiron, he doesn't see anything over at A ramp. It's a similar play. Look, they're really expecting it. He's even been tagged by the molly. Drop showing the back door. MIBR, consistently when they go for B, they are getting boosted up danger.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to do it, you need to do that molly you were talking about. Some flashes, utility of some sort, just to give you the space to get up there. Because Magno's just sitting back at white, spotting it each time, getting the info. Maybe a reset for a moment, but they are going to split B. 3 players, lying way 2 in middle. Drops incredibly low.
Well,
He's almost a non-factor.
It's like 30 seconds here. You've got mollies, you can molly the entire site, but Chiron's going to be the biggest issue. Exit's got one of the mollies in mid as well. 20 seconds, they got to move.
All CTs are in place. 3 on site. 1 in Ellie. Chiron gets his kill. Exit will actually get one back. So that draws Magno over. Exit's gotten both. It looked undoable, but maybe Exit has found a way in. Eventually drops. Siren pushing forward. Siren out the smoke. He was in the corner the whole time. Bomb goes down. That's something for MIBR, but BetBoom get the round.
That's crazy. They're leaving these B hits so late, and they're not putting pressure anywhere else on the map. So it's so easy for BetBoom to realise that this is going to be the B commitment. Chiron gets caught on the timing. The follow-up's great from Exit, but they leave it way too late. They don't give themselves any opportunities, and with Exit having the other incendiary, they could never molly quad. That's why Siren's able to sit there the entire damn time.
One plant something, but all it's going to allow is a hero rifle and Insani. Exit has armor, so he can pick it up if Insani doesn't find success. That's not a good start. That rifle's lifespan. Different variation of the boost, but oh, Siren does get the kill. If Insani hadn't been chunked down by the HE, would have won that for sure.
I know his stats look great, but he's had 2 kills this entire second half, Insani. Hasn't been the same impact. Instead, it's been Siren that's now stepping up to the plate. Joined alongside Chiron, and Magno's also been contributing. It's looking a little bit touch and go for MIBR. In the mid-round, they're running out of ideas, and they're making things extremely telegraphed. They haven't got a molly to even clear out sandbags. So this is going to be really tricky to get past Nafany.
Nafany's hearing it. They should be holding for it, at least. The Exit's got his eyes on this, but as they choose to pounce, that's when Nafany will swing, get his double. And it's all too easy to mop up. Just 2 rounds now. Now, that was just the hero rifle. Intend to buy into this one, but Ethan Insani would be a bit on the back foot. Safe gets the AWP. I feel like you want Insani to have a rifle. Just swap a gun with him.
Also, where have the pauses been? This is the first time we've seen one throughout this entire first map. And look at the string of rounds in the middle for MIBR. This was 10-4. They've only fought A-ramp once. Twice, if you want to include Glocks. And the outside of the pistols. 1 gun round. They've gone for A-ramp. And they're able to get the 2 instant entries. That's round 18. They're really putting a lot of emphasis on mid and B. And it is just not working. Something's got to give. Something needs to adjust here for MIBR. Because you've allowed BetBoom to grow back into this game. And with your stars not shining, with too much reliance on both Safe and Insani. He's now on a deagle, by the way. You're in a lot of trouble here.
Nafany low early. Yeah, I don't know why you don't give an AK to Insani. What drop all Brenson in the pistol? Safe gets the opening kill. Nafany's low as well. A good start for MIBR. They need to capitalize on it.
This is what I'm talking about. It's so simple for MIBR and it just works. So just fight A-ramp. They force the issue. They force the mistake out of Zorto, who now goes searching for information. Nafany's able to get the AWP off his body, scavenges it, and goes to have a look at Gap. That waterfall smoke is going to force MIBR into this position as well, but Nafany's not ready. One more player is here. Siren on the rotate, but Chiron can't do anything. Finally, something And it comes from a ramp from MIBR.
Still got Siren and Magna to do it. Flames forward. Ah, never mind. It's just Magna Jazz. Spotted by Insani. Just firing off deagle shots to keep him at bay. Well, so he will. I said maybe Drop should give the AK over. He then just crawls in and gets 2 headshots, so... Who am I to judge? That's my point for MIBR.
And sometimes you just need to rely back on your basics. Every single time they've gone up a ramp with the guns, they've been able to win it out. Very convincingly, in fact. Previously it was 2 openers without any casualties. This time it's 1 casualty on Drop, but he's already done the heavy lifting. Nice shot. And that peak, by the way, is just invoked because Nafany has been tagged at gap, he's been mollied, he can't see anything. BetBoom needed information. Oh, and they thought they had it with Magno in mid, but he gets dealt with immediately by Insani.
I think in the default, Insani often starts ladder. Magno, in spite of being good timing, was just not prepared for him to be there.
I mean, that's the first time they've really crossed over in towards mid. That's the first time that BetBoom have really sort of pushed the issue and sought to look on an extremity.
All 4 CTs are on A right now. It's a crazy call to stack A. You feel like that's what MIBR found the success last time. They might just try and repeat it. And if BetBoom have the numbers here, it might not matter that they lost that opening kill. Safe falls, and Chiron creeps ever closer. Can't quite get the kill. Thought they're trying to get it with USP. The smoke bails him out, and oh, revenge serves straight through it. Thought that one was a freebie, and now Insani. He might be hearing these rotations, or even if he doesn't, because they do pause for a moment, he's still gonna come over at the perfect time. Done and dusted. Siren is about to get caught. Insani's looking straight for him, and Insani will secure it. MIBR take Vertigo.
Yeah, they do, but just about, right? BetBoom build into that quite a lot. It feels like MIBR was stuck in their ways for a number of these rounds on that T side. But when they reset, when they go and take the map control over at A, they're always winning out these opening kills. And whilst it looks a little bit touch and go in that final round of play, it is Insani who's finally able to get active on that mid lurk. And it's a resounding success. Fair play to BetBoom for building back into this, looking at a lot more competitive than they did earlier today. But MIBR, they'll be very happy that they got that one over the line.
Yeah, considering it was the 13-0, it's a good recovery, but still a long way to go for MIBR. 2 more maps left. Let's go over and check out what the desk have to say.
I'm no accountant like Brandon, but I know a 13-0 is a lot better. This was a lot better than a 13-0, but there's someone that does look like an accountant right next to me. Freddie? Got to attest to the attire, mate. Looking great. Looking fire. But yeah, let's jump onto the points for this one, right? Because Insani, he was one of the talking points into this. We know he's the impact player for the squad. Very young, very explosive, but finally he came alive in the first half here, Freddie.
Yeah, well, okay, so he came alive in the first half, but oh my god, what was he doing in the second half? Like, I think he barely got any kills. He was 18 and 7 at the half, and then, you know, he does kind of end still fine, like 23 and 14. But yeah, he was amazing. I think he's got a lot of talking points around him, that the fact he is maybe this next big star for Brazil, and I think he's been quite under the radar. He's very young, he's just turned 20, and you can see that he's doing it against any level of opponent. That was a really good first map from him, but I also don't want to just show him credit. I think Safe as well played fantastic.
Yeah, I think Safe, obviously very good with the op. I'm going to give a lot of room here to Insani, right? Because what he did, obviously that first half builds up a firm foundation, but also helping out in the closing stages there, getting them kind of across that finish line. And again, for a player like Insani here that can show that level of consistency and that has elevated his game. Again, as I mentioned, I think he was a bit of a missing piece at the start of 2024. Actually had some really rough events, and the RMR was one of those included where he wasn't able to fully show his full form. After that, this guy's revitalization, it's so incredible. He's been back in a tip-top shape, and I think that's just the reason as to why MIBR are getting these big wins here, and you know, definitely a big reason as to why they closed out Vertigo today.
I think especially when we compare him to MagnoJez, you kind of have these two heavy hitters on both sides. And sure, MagnoJez had a decent CT side. He actually kind of impressed me with Behold. But overall, his T side was nothing to be marveled at. And I think Insani really overshadows him. And that's a big part to why MIBR won this eventually, was because when you go bar for bar, MIBR overshadow the BetBoom side.
I love that you do mention Safe. Let's roll it back a bit and talk about him, because obviously there was a bit of an AWP diff in this situation. I know, okay, Zorta didn't have that AWP in his hands many times, but when it did, you know, the impact was kind of very much in Safe hands. And I think here, Exner, there's a round that illustrates that impact that you've got ready for us.
Yeah, I mean, again, starts it off here really well. It was something that you know, Brandon and Lucy were talking about, but going back to what has worked here, it's an opening duel on the A ramp side of things. This BetBoom squad really brute forcing a lot of their duels, and eventually, you know, they're able to kind of go back and lean on what has worked for them, not only later on in this map, but also in that last time they played on Vertigo. And look what it gets him here. It gets him space to facilitate this aggression drop. Very capable with the rifle, very capable of delivering some good entries here, and finally kind of breaks the dry spell of MIBR that were struggling big time to actually close out this map when they had the big advantages, when they had the big lead. So, you know, good on them to kind of reroute here, readjust, and it all started with an opening pick coming through from Safe out of the gate onto his counterpart in Zorti, who did have an op in that round.
It's really interesting as well seeing Drop getting those two openers as well after the AWP allowed them to scale up, because he's like, you know, the lurker, the support of this team potentially. He's, from my perspective, not really the one player that you'd be looking at to get those two openers. So I feel like this is just a really good team play overall. And I think Safe, like, we saw an opener there, but he was doing very well at getting those openers alongside just being very consistent. And they were a lot of times on the likes of MagnoJez, on the likes of Nathani. So you have, especially MagnoJez being shut down a lot, being the first person to die in the round too many times. And I think, yeah, Vertigo obviously was a 30-0 previously, but I think BetBoom, again, similar to Astralis, like, they showed promise and they could have actually taken this if they just cleaned up maybe at the beginning.
And it's those if, buts, and maybes that can make the difference at the end of the day, right? Not picking up this map means that we might not see a decider if Ancient is picked up by MIBR, and the same thing happened with that Mirage pick as well with Astralis. But now in this circumstance, Mirage was banned. We won't be seeing that like we did in the previous series. Instead, we'll be seeing Ancient. So let's talk about that a little bit. Let's get to the ramifications of what could happen here. I know Big haven't been, MIBR rather, haven't been the best on this. So it's sort of a nice pick to go into. But there's an obvious reason why they wanted to get out of Mirage, isn't there, Freddie?
I mean, MIBR did not want to play Mirage once again, because you can see that it didn't go well this morning against, like, BetBoom just overshadowed them, and then BetBoom almost beat Astralis on it. To go into Ancient, it's, and even though MIBR, they've kind of, it's like, pick your poison. Are we going to go Mirage? Are we going to go Ancient? As mentioned previously, they had, like, 3 hours to rest and you know, collect themselves. I guarantee they played this to perfection. I guarantee that they knew we were going to Ancient. They knew what they were doing. Sure, they've lost it 5 times in a row. Sure, they've lost it today once already. Sure, they lost it 3 times this week already. But, like, I think BetBoom aren't even the strongest necessarily on it as well. You know, they've been demolished by Bates. They got demolished by M80. And it's like, there are clear signs where I think MIBR, a 2-0 here, isn't completely out of the question.
I'm gonna agree with you right there. Again, like you said, there has been a lot of success on this map in the past year for MIBR. They're still trying to figure out how to reformulate that, especially since they did make their trip and started playing more international competition. Because a lot of that ancient success does come through more domestically, where they have looked very strong. It has been like a very key tool to this this roster here. But confidence might be at a little bit of a low here, especially with that big loss. I think, like you said, though, the amount of time that they've had to prepare themselves, set themselves up for this this map, knowing that BetBoom we're gonna pick into it, it has to be noted as a pretty massive advantage. And if we start to see a lot of good reads come out there, I think it's going to be a very clear example of MIBR and the work that they're willing to do prior to this game even starting.
And look, like, they almost beat Big this morning. It was an overtime, and they probably could have closed out in regulation. And when you look at instances like that, and you've got Insani, Save, stepping up, you've got this consistency of MIBR. They've got a good win on Vertigo. Apparently they're the best team in the world on Vertigo now all of a sudden. But it's like, you go into Ancient, and the stars are aligning. But one thing I could also think about is Magnajez. He played pretty badly on map 1 against Astralis. What's he do on map 2? Are we going to see him get back into that 30 bomb area as we go into the second map? Do BetBoom have the capabilities to reset for a 4th time?
Thanks for lining up with these very key questions. Those are exactly the things that we'll be looking at heading into the second map of this series. It's going to be MIBR versus BetBoom on the second map of a series which could determine qualification to one of these teams into playoffs of CCT Global Finals. Don't go anywhere or else you miss a pretty good match.